Hello, hello. How is chat doing on this fine Digital Circus finale YouTube premiere? I happened to start literally at the same time as that was premiering. Don't worry, I already saw it in theaters like weeks beforehand. I literally forgot that was a thing happening. Hello everybody. I wanted to start this stream even earlier, which is why I didn't start a schedule for this one. Like, there wasn't like a specific like waiting room for this stream, because I was like, I wanted to start it earlier than 6 p.m. And I was about to. I even locked in, like, I woke up super early. I locked in and I fucking finished, I caught up my Weird Route save finally for the Chapter 4 Weird Route playthrough. No spoilers, I won't say shit. If you want to watch that, the premiere is going on right now. But, yeah, I wanted to start earlier, but then I got sent on a side quest because, the food that I thought we had left over was eaten by somebody else in the house, even though it was intended to be left for the other people in the house, but they didn't get to it quick enough, so the person just ate the food. So that kind of fucked over my whole plans. That was like an additional few hours out of my day. But I got a few other things done, I guess, as well, so it's not all bad. I got food for like the next few days because I am intending on just trying to get through these last few before finishing these streams finally. But yes, let me get the me out. Hello, everybody. As always. I hope you're all doing well. We are currently 5 days out, under 5 days out from Chapter 5 releasing. Scary. I'm scared. I'm scared, guys. I don't know what to think. How long do we believe this stream is going to be? Long. At least as long as the first one, maybe longer. I'm gonna be here a while. I'm gonna be shocked if this doesn't get scarily close to 12 hours. I'm dead fucking serious. But I'm gonna see how quickly I can try to get through everything without, like missing anything super important. But also keep in mind, if I miss anything, it is what it is. We're close to Chapter 5. I just want to see the fucking thing. How's the music, by the way? Is the music very audible? Do I sound good? I did a little bit of tinkering with the audio filters on my mic, just so that it sounded a little bit less muffled. Good sound, good vibes, good to know, good to know. You were quiet for me. Most people are saying that I sound good, so that might be on your end. I'll only be able to be here for a little while because it's 11 p.m. Good to know. I mean, it's nice to see you in anyway, Shadow Resurrect. I'm glad to see you here. I'm gonna catch up my aborted weird. I haven't even like, I have a save ready to start aborted weird route because I saved specifically like right before you encounter Birdly, but after the Thorn Ring. But I don't even know if I'm gonna follow through with that. I'm getting a little bit tired of replaying this fucking game. I feel like Paul Petscop right now when he's just driving himself insane doing the inputs, like, not even, like, doing, like, the fucking demo inputs for, like, a version of the room that he's not even playing. To, like, store them, he's going, like, I'm playing this fucking game too much. I feel like that right now. I had to fucking, like, lock in on Chapter 2 Weird Rat, and then all of Chapter 3, which was effectively just Chapter 3, because nothing changes in Chapter 3 Weird Rat except for, like, Mantle Holder going, I remember your snow graves. One second. I'm also doing Chapter 4 Weird Rat. Yeah, so the plan for that is, today, we're gonna try to get through as much of it as I possibly fucking can. Whatever I don't finish today is gonna be saved for Sunday. But if I do finish everything today, somehow, then Sunday will be Weird Route. If I don't finish everything today, then Sunday's gonna be the rest of normal route. Monday will probably be Weird Route. If not Tuesday, I'd like to not do one on Tuesday, but we'll see. I think I can do Weird Rat in one stream because it's a case of like the most major changes are in like the light world parts, and then the dark world part is essentially unchanged, just save for like a few like different interesting scenes in the Weird Route in the Dark Sanctuaries. But nice to see you all here. If you don't have the memo, if you didn't get the memo for what these streams are, it's me basically just replaying chapters 3 and 4 because I have not had the time to make videos on these in the past year because of a lot of life things that have happened. But I had time to at least sort out my thoughts and do streams on these instead, which is what I'm doing. I'm doing basically just informal live deep dives on both of the chapters and update where the fuck my head is at with everything regarding device theory and Deltarune in general. The fuck? There's a hole in my shirt. Fuck. It's my fucking Knife Kid shirt. The one with like with Omori Boy and Madotsuki and Frick from Game. Shit. It's like right between the Omori Boy and Madotsuki. That's fucked up. It's not like a very noticeable one at all. I was literally just feeling around and I'm like, oh shit. Well. Yeah. Missing the Digital Circus finale to be here? That's real as fuck. I appreciate it. My main question is, does Device 3 still hold up after these chapters? Yes. For a reason I'll get to in the Weird Rat, it's basically confirmed. Like, the basic thesis and what I was trying to say with, like, at a baseline what I was trying to go over, like, yeah, that's confirmed. That's just real. That's real. The game is definitely taking advantage of it, but there's only, like, some extrapolations I made that weren't device theory specifically, but just, like, we're using it as a basis for, like, other, theories I had in mind that I definitely, like, feel a bit more torn on now. But, I mean, so it goes. I was hoping for that. What is the thesis of device theory? Basically, the menus are diegetic, and the game is taking advantage of the menus being diegetic. And also, using different kinds of user interfaces to differentiate the nested narratives and gameplay styles in Deltarune. And this is narratively important to the overall theming of the story, which Chapter 3 pretty much confirmed the nested part of it, like the nested narrative part of it. Chapter 4, well, again, we're gonna have to wait till Weird Route, but you'll see. You'll see what I mean. There was one moment that's just like, okay, yeah, like that's... This is just objectively true now. Like, I'm sorry to say it to anyone that was hating on it, but like, it's kind of just real. I was almost hoping to be wrong myself here, but goddamn. Will you ever do a video as long as Device Theory Part 3? To be completely transparent with you, the Chapter 3 and 4 videos might get up there. I don't know if as long each, but like, definitely up there. Look at how long these streams have been so far, and tell me what you think. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe, for all I know, I might cut out big portions of script or something if I decide, like, there's some parts that, don't really make the cut anymore after Chapter 5. We'll see, though. We'll entirely see how it goes. I'm not worried about that right now. I have other things I want to make before I really touch Deltarune in the fourth wall again, as I mentioned in the update video. But... videos with an S? Yeah, if for people that missed it in the community posts, basically, like, months ago, I mean, they're definitely big enough in scope that I think it makes more sense to do a video per chapter. I think it just makes more sense. That's kind of what I did with chapters 1 and 2 anyway, and that's what I felt was, like, honestly pretty likely. 3 and 4 being in one video was, like, only, like, the ideal approach in using chapters 1 and 2 as reference, because those chapters overall weren't super big or dense, at least compared to 3 and 4. 3 and 4 fucking gave us so much more. They made 1 and 2 look like a fucking joke, with what they, like, actually provided us with information. But... let me get the game. Put the game on. Put the game on. In the past few streams, I was doing the Chapter 3 deep dive, which went pretty well, all things considered. I feel very happy with what I covered and how much I covered. There might have been like a few little things I missed, but nothing super crazy. I was replaying Chapter 3 for the Weird Route save of mine, and there was like one little thing I forgot to mention that kind of pertained to device theory things, but it's a really small thing. I'm kind of surprised I didn't mention the rules fight in Chapter 3, because I think it's really interesting the way that, even if, like, you know, as, like, mostly a bit, we kind of have a bit of precedent for rules and, I guess, Lancer, sort of, using specifically the battle menu UI as, like, the main interface, like, the main gimmick of the battle, rather than just a menu. I think that's pretty cool. I think that set, like, a pretty interesting precedent there for fucking with the menu itself. I think that's pretty interesting. But, like, I don't really think that has any huge implications outside of, maybe that's not the only time we'll see that happen in the future. Also a bit of perspective, I guess, for what the fuck is up with that guy? Although I wouldn't be surprised if at this point his importance in the story has kind of, like, peaked after Chapter 3. I feel like Rules Card is much more powerful than he lets on to be, but he's too, like... he's, like, too himbo to really, like, take good advantage of it. Not quite himbo, but, like... I don't know. He's, like, too obsessed with, like, wanting to be someone's second in command to really, like, make full use of that. He's, like, he tried to one time, and then the fucking Dark World was like, nuh-uh. Your role in the story is over, buddy. But, you know. I feel pretty good with the Chapter 3 deep dives. There might have been a few little things I missed, but that's kind of stuff that feels more apt for, like, a video in the future. I think I went over, like, my general takeaways with all the most important shit, and that's kind of all I really wanted to do, at least. Let me, make the game more audible now. Alright. Something fun about the audio you're hearing that is not my voice. It is coming directly from, like, the adapter that's, like, converting it from AV back to my PC, like, HDMI. the way I have the audio set up for some reason has like a bit of an echo to everything. So you hear like a bit of an echo with like those like really short blips. I've been really torn on whether I want to like keep that or not for the stream, but maybe for this one I'll keep it. I don't know. At least like for part of it. But with chapter 3 done, we are now beginning the chapter 4 deep dive, and there is so much to talk about in this fucking chapter. I mean, first off, the intros are a little bit different. This one in specific is now very different from previous ones. This is the post-completion intro. So, it definitely is setting a fucking tone from here on of, yeah, this is getting pretty serious. But something I can mention is that like the intro sequence for pre-completion chapter 4, not even pre-completion, but like well, sort of that, but also like the first time you ever boot it up and it introduces the chapter to you is different. Different in not different, but rather there's new all caps files that pertain to specifically those intros now. I believe there's a few that pertain to like the logo. In those intros, which just like, you know, is pretty typical. That's how it's always worked with like the previous intros, like chapter 2's worked like that with the all caps files. So further continuing the precedent of the all caps files should be exclusive to the menus, like outermost menus, and introducing you to the chapters. But I think it also uses one of the new image depth variants. Image depth all caps files introduced in this chapter. I will get to that in a moment, though. But we're gonna get to that later. Much later, because I have so much to say about that. But there's not much to really say before going into this. The music in this menu is different. Intro has like some interesting like all caps file stuff introduced, which is nice to see. I'm glad there's like new ones to like expand the fucking sample size of everything, the pool. Do I like it as in the music? Yes, it's fucking peak. It's amazing. I love it. This and Neverending Night are just like gut-wrenching. I'm scared. We have a lot to get through, so I don't really want to stall here. We have a lot to talk about, so I'm gonna continue right from where I fucking left off. This intro already is really interesting. It's a little bit, different from the previous ones. It kind of gets more to the point of, just... It's kind of starting to lean more into, like, the trippy feel of the intros, because, like, it was kind of doing that in Chapter 1, but it, pulled back a little bit the last few chapters. But the more, like, ambiguous nature of like, what precisely happened, when this happened. Let me also switch these out. There we go. It's so interesting, because I really do wonder what the cold place looked like beyond what we saw. And there's also the question of, like, not even regarding this, but the end of Chapter 3, because something I forgot to mention was, it's interesting that Chapter 3's ending is the only one where it ends while we are still controlling Chris, technically. The door opens, like, conveniently right as our ability to perceive Chapter 3 is, like, concluded. And part of me wonders if, like, given Chris and the Knight's awareness of the soul, if that was very intentional. Like, they knew the specific point where we wouldn't really have, like, that connection anymore. But, like... I don't know, it's just really weird. because it raises the question of, like, what happened between 3 and 4? There's a lot that is implied, especially on a Weird Route, of, like, what Chris did. But it's like, for how long were they in the shelter one then? And what did we not see? What did Susie not see for that entire time? What the fuck did Susie not question where Chris went for a while, or... Which would also kind of take her mind off of Chris, because she rushed back to scramble and fix Tenet. That makes sense, yeah. She was probably, like, pretty preoccupied with that. So my guess is that maybe she ran tutorials. Chris went into the shelter for a brief moment to get, like, the scoop on what to do next. Then Chris does whatever the fuck they have to do with Noelle, if they did a Weird Route. Then they go back to TV World and they seal the fountain, because only they can do that. They can't, we can. Yeah, I mean, same difference, like, in this context, we are controlling Chris, but yeah. One second, my throat is so congested, always, like, during streaming, it's fucking annoying. Maybe have a little drink. I do have a big jug of water next to me at basically all times, so I make sure to stay hydrated. My throat just likes being congested for no reason. I've hydrated plenty. So, okay. Immediately I have something big to show you. So, in Chapter 3, at the end, if you defeated the Knight, you would acquire not just the Shadow Crystal, but the Knight's weapon, which is the Black Shard. My first call prone for fun. Okay, yeah, nothing really happens here, but if you equip the Black Shard and you're in the light world with it, I guess I'll lower the volume a bit. It's a little loud for me. 1 second. Okay, so, first thing you'll notice in the weapon is it's still the Black Shard, which is rare. Very rare. Usually, weapons and such don't really, like, stream volume. Is the stream volume too quiet? 1 second. How is the game volume? Is it good? Or is, like, my voice generally, like, too low? This sounds good? Okay. So, first thing is the Black Shard is, like, not changed between worlds, which makes sense because the Shadow Crystals, like, they do change the name, but, like, the fact that they are separate from the rest of your inventory is still notable. However, the fact it doesn't just change the name doesn't just, like, stay the same, which, like, probably has some implications for, like, what the fuck the Knight might look like in the light world, which is to say, not very different in that case, potentially. But look at the attack real quick for me. You see that 16 next to the fucking 10? It's not just the name and appearance that persists. It's the physical power, the attack power, persists between worlds. That never happens. For reference, if this was Undertale's, like, logic with the weapons, I think the only thing more powerful than this is the real knife. If you whip this thing out on somebody in Hometown, they're dead. Why do we have this? Like, that has insane implications when you consider, especially Weird Route. Or just in general. Chris has a deadly fucking weapon with them. It kind of also explains why the knight laughs at Susie later in the chapter, because the implication that, like, sealing the fountain would make it any weaker is really funny, because it's like, no, the fuck it wouldn't. I don't depend on the Dark Worlds, I'm just that good. I'm that powerful. Scary. Just immediately. What the fuck, man? To be fair, Chris also has their knife with them at all times. Yeah, but we don't know how powerful that is. We have a reference now with the Black Shard. That's lethal. If it's anything like Undertale. But that's all I have to say on that to start. I don't have too much to say about, like, this intro part here. Toriel mentions having strange dreams. The thing about this chapter that I'm, like, sort of hoping for is, like, Chapter 3's deep dive was very extensive because there is a lot of stuff that's kind of, like, up to interpretation, and in the sense that it's very esoteric. It's more my speed, and so I'm able to analyze it pretty well with, like, my experience of it, but, like, Chapter 4 generally is more straightforward with, like, what it's giving you, save for, like, a few moments, but we don't have, like, an entire ROM hack within the fucking chapter to analyze frame by frame here, so it should be a little bit more straightforward with, like, less, like, you know, intense stops to talk about things. I like this part a lot. Yeah, no, the Black Shard staying as it is extremely unusual. I feel like there's a lot of potential there. Maybe. She looked very nice. Hopefully I have a lot of energy too, because I woke up mad fucking early, but I'm feeling weirdly okay for 6 PM. I was clocked the fuck out this time yesterday. Oh yeah, around here we also get to explore the rest of the house, I think. Where did you get your desktop background of the prophecies? All of the backgrounds that you see on this desktop here are from Wallpaper Engine. Part of the setup is that I have Wallpaper Engine working on just this monitor, which part of the motivation isn't even just for cool backgrounds. This is a CRT monitor. That is my second one, so this is partially to prevent burn-in. So there's a practical reason I have that. Like, if there's any potential chance for it, then that should make it much less likely. I did hear about the recent vulnerability, though. I am being careful. There's a vulnerability with some backgrounds recently that came out that there's some, like, wallpapers that just download an app that's just malware, unfortunately. So hopefully that's getting worked on. Why did I wake up so soon? My sleep schedule has been fucked. It's been really weird. Like, I've been waking up at very inconsistent times. Should set high taskbar to auto on Windows or it'll burn in the taskbar. That is true. I had considered that as well. I might, if I'm able to at least do that on just this monitor, that would be nice. But I'll see. I woke up at 4 AM. Is that about when I woke up? I think so. It was like an hour after. Because I went to bed at like around 6:30 or like 7 PM yesterday. Because I was like a bit underslept. For some, like, it's weird. There's a lot of days I've been trying to like get more sleep and then I'm like underslept and getting up early as shit. I think it's because I know Chapter 5 is coming soon. And I have to be up well before 11 AM for that. And also the day before because of the thank you ARG, but that's a whole other thing. There is such a breeze outside, holy shit. This part's really sweet. I also like this part. I said I get it, you can stop pointing out the differences. What do I think of the ARG? I'm fucking scared. You know why? I'm more scared of it than Chapter 5, actually. Because here's the thing. Chapter 5, I have a decent frame of reference for what I'm looking for and what could happen, even if I'm not expecting anything in specific. I'm still potentially one of the people that's, like, eligible for the Thank You ARG. Like, I'm still in that, like, pool of, like, a little over 1,000 people. The fact that it's narrowing down that number, I don't know what we could possibly get on Tuesday. What could we possibly get that is like a worthy thing that justifies waiting until the day before Chapter 5, that justifies like narrowing down a certain amount of people? Is there a chance we can fail the ARG? I mean, I think with plenty of them there's a chance of that, but it's probably hinging on like there were so many people that came in that like surely at least one of them has to get it right. It has to be Weird Rat related? It absolutely is. It's at least Chapter 5 Weird Rat related. Oh, what the heck is... Chris? Hey, Chris, can we see that again? This room is pretty interesting to look at right now. Then there's the mention of the cat thing. Sean reference, which is interesting. We love the Susie prize. Okay, so the two main things here. First off, the birdcage. I was very fixated on this fucking thing when I was covering it, like, years ago. Interesting dialogue here, because it's a mild confirmation that, no, this is not because they had a bird at some point, like some people were saying. Chris specifically nods at or something when Susie mentions, like, either having a bird or something. Mild confirmation, in my opinion, that yes, this was 100% just for the soul. Which is insane to me, because that implies, for sure, they had been using this cage before we even were controlling the soul. It doesn't answer the question, like, now we're just officially in the realm of, well, what the fuck does that mean, then? Why were they doing it without our, like, control, going on? We also have the blood stain, which, I like that Susie, more than anything, is just like, dude, just clean it up with vinegar. Like, not even concerned with how it happened, just, like, at least clean it up. Damn. Second thing, though, is, the save point. I saw some people were interested in, what I might have had to say about this. And it is interesting, because before then we did not get these, however... Yes, I was literally going to mention, before anything, I'm not putting an awful lot of stock into the implications of these, because, we know that Toby added them literally just because through playtesting feedback, the playtesters were like, dude, this part is too fucking long, you gotta add save points. You need to. You can't just fucking do this, man. You can't keep doing this. And Toby was very hesitant, which shows me that he really did not want the immersion of, like, the more real feeling of the light world to be compromised, I suppose, by having more gaming mechanics, even including save points. But yeah, I like to think that there was probably a slight way that Toby could justify this, like, within, like, whatever the fuck the save system in this game is about, compared to Undertale, if it's about anything in specific. The UI for the save menu is nothing to really write home about. I appreciate that it has a return to title option and not just return. That's pretty good. Pretty basic functionality. I appreciate it. Pretty good. I fuck with it. But there's nothing to really say, outside of, like, I guess something about the lightness of the light world allows for little patches of it. Little patches where the save points can manifest. That, you know, is, like... It's the light world's version of, like, you know, those little patches of light that only we can see. It's still really hard to say, even with Chapter 4's context, just what the save points are about. Did I miss much? Not really. We are currently going through the light world of this chapter, so it's gonna be a while. But then again, Weeba knew that. We finally are in the fucking church. I'll think before we get to the Dark World, I bet. Probably. There's a lot. That's a me for a bit, because I was hearing a siren outside for some fucking reason. But yeah, this is the normal route playthrough. Weird Ride is going to be either Sunday or Monday. It depends how much of this I get through. I also like this text a lot. So, a little thing here that's also related to the save system. If you, started a new game, like a new, like, non-completion data, like, save of Chapter 4, like, you didn't carry over anything, there's two ways to get this item. It's either you start, I think it's called a default state save, officially, which is just, like, you don't carry over anything from Chapter 3, or there's, like, a really specific set of criteria you have to fulfill. That's, like, you have to have not gotten these items, or this amount of these items throughout the game. there is an item that Susie can get called the Ancient Chocolate that's, like, found in, like, the pockets of the jacket that used to be Asriel's. And it also came with, like, a note that Asriel was supposed to, like, give to Caddy for, like, prom or something. Yeah, the Ancient Sweet. Interesting interaction. If I don't really recall there being anything too crazy about it. But it's a notable enough thing that's like, oh, huh, that's an interesting, like, default state exclusive thing worth mentioning. I don't have it because I'm carrying over a bunch of stuff, but let me actually get this part from the script. Yeah, it heals Chris for 400. 1 second. The fact that Susie will straight up eat a revivement? Oh yeah, that's the thing she does. Fuck, that's really good. Where are you? For video. Let me find what I said about it in my damn script. Okay. So what was it again? It was... So the criteria for getting the Ancient Chocolate in Chapter 4... You have to fulfill the following. You must not have the Dark Candy, CD Bagel, Revivement, Revive Dust, Dark Burger, DD Burger, Tension Bit, Tension Gem, or Tension Max items in your inventory or storage. You must not have picked any Dark Candy from the 2 trees in the field in Chapter 1. And you have not collected any items from the trash cans in the Cyber City in Chapter 2. Specifically the one with a Dark Candy in the trash zone and the one with a CD Bagel near a pop-up near the 3rd annoying mouse room. Very specific criteria. Basically, you have to have, like, not possess, like, any fucking consumables. I think it's structured that way specifically, like, for, either if you're doing, like, a no items run, I guess, or, again, default state saves. Like, if you're starting a fresh save in Chapter 4 with, like, no carried over data. Let's watch the service. This part of the game is really funny, too. God. Do y'all remember, before Chapter 3 and 4 came out, the sheer amount of people that believed in Alvin being the knight? This part is funny, because, well, Shadows Cutting Deep, just the extremely shameless Entry 17 references here. It's so fucking funny, man. But this fucking... This part of the game, when you, like, learning about the legend in the Light World is so funny, because there was a considerable amount of people before Chapter 3 and 4, I think maybe including myself, somewhat, that did not consider that maybe the people in the Light World also know what the prophecy is. That is a part of the texts in the Light World. It's not a Dark World exclusive prophecy. This is something that people in Hometown just know. Like, I think people's only frame of reference was, oh, there's an angel, there's probably, like, some basic, you know, just general, like virtues that they practice, and, you know, like, maybe there's, like, a creation story for it, but it's nothing too specific. No, it's literally just the prophecy. It's the same fucking one that Rouse, went over in detail and that we're going to see in this chapter in specific. I do like the Alvin dialogue in this chapter, honestly. It's just like, oh, you memorized it, I'm gonna let this play for a while because Callie has a lot to say here. The angel that's watching over all of us. It has like this cool prophecy foretold by time and space, the same fucking wording as Rousey. So this is like the most like detail we're gonna get from like what the Lightners know about the prophecy. Rousey did not go in detail or lied to us. I know, I mean surface level. Specifically, she mentions one of the heroes like having horns, like alluding to Rousey, or something that looks like Rousey. I don't know why, I just imagine him as like cute. We're gonna just like let this play for a while because there's like some mildly interesting shit here. I think the main thing that, yeah, like, the main thing the Lightners seem to practice about the prophecy is, like, treating it less as, like, literal dogma and more so, the sentiment of it of, like, you know, anybody could be somebody that changes the world and saves the world, and so we gotta treat each other well. That's kind of, like, the general sentiment of how the light world treats it. Do you think some people at Hometown thought one of the heroes was Azrael? Yeah, probably. I would not be surprised. Okay, and then this part, that's not the whole thing. Some bad things happen in the story too. What's it called? The Calamity? So, like, slight allusion to the Roaring. And then she just doesn't really remember what happens. A glass shard, orange hard candy. What was the orange hard candy? Oh, the tension bit. That makes sense. And then this is the first, at least one of the first, like, explicit, quotes from Gerson we really get to see. Which is, like, even the little excerpt here is interesting. So the first thing, already established, is Gerson, like, immediately seems to talk about the prophecy, about, like, in the sense of, like, you know, we're never gonna know everything about it, because there were some pieces that were just lost. But kind of questioning, was everything important, like, really? Is the only important shit really in just the words that we didn't get to read? So the first thing that this game establishes really about him, and how he sees stuff is, you know, if we don't really know everything that the prophecy says, then why not use that as an opportunity to make your own future? And write your own story, in a sense. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. I'm sure that doesn't have implications for later. Which could mean nothing. Miss Boom has some slightly interesting dialogue about the shelter. Because she seems to have a vague awareness of, like, the shelter being pretty weird and, like, a bit of focus on, like, hey, that, don't really fuck with that. Don't go near that. Jockington is, allegedly deteriorating. For me, she covered in hair always. And then talking with Alvin is a little bit interesting. Banging sermon, my man. Fucking Alvin, man. Lock in, Alvin. He wants you to make your own shit. This bit is interesting, by the way. Asgore typically goes to church at night. Which is an interesting bit of info to give, given, how Chapter 4 ends. I'll get to that later. The shelter dialogue is also really interesting, because Alvin doesn't just say, like, oh, the shelter? Why would you want to go there? There's a really specific way he talks about it. Because it's not just, like, dismissing it. It's, very much concern. And very explicit, what the fuck are you doing? Do not go anywhere near that. Why didn't he go to church that night? I mean, maybe he did. Maybe he was going to and saw the Dark World and then didn't go in because of that. Maybe he did after. But the way Alvin talks about the shelter is really weird to me, because it kind of... It feels very much like he knows more than he is letting on in that part. Very, like... He doesn't... Not just like, oh, I get bad vibes about it, but like, hey... Speaking from experience, don't go anywhere fucking near it. Which could be pretty good evidence for him being the one that knows the one of the shelter codes, potentially. Because that would at least justify the way he talks about it, because then he has the position to basically say, hey, I take this really fucking seriously because I'm responsible for it. Partially. Juice. Alfie is my fucking beloved. 25% red and 75% yellow. What is the point of this dialogue choice? I've never actually seen this, the outcome for this. I never want to see this. I would never do her like that. That's fucked up. No! Like, why is there an exclamation point? Why are the choice options so fucking mean? Oh shit, Chris throws it on the ground. That's really funny. Architectural history research. Oh yeah, there's probably people here coming back from Digital Circus. How was it? No spoilers for people who haven't watched it, of course, in chat, but I hope y'all liked it. It's interesting to see, fucking... It is interesting to see, like, Alphys's end of, like, the shelter's basically never really been used or accessible, for its intended purpose. So there's, like, indirect confirmation that Undyne has one of the codes. Actually, I want to check my DMs real quick. My DMs haven't blown up, so I think everything is okay. Regarding Digital Circus finale things. This interaction's fucked. I am grateful for your life's carols. Your wife's financial support to him. The fucking shade here, my god. Girl. There is so little, like, said about, like, Toriel and Carol's current relationship. This says everything. She's not even on a first-name basis with Carol at the moment. Like, my fucking god. Okay, the key? Not here. This is a holy place. It's like, I think you can tell Toby probably, like, wrote that from experience. I think he has an uncomfortable level of experience, like, being around, fucking family, just inner family drama, where it's like, they're too, like, nice to each other to, like, actually start anything, so there's this resentment building in those subtle fucking ways, and he writes it very well. It's fucked up. Like, that's the kind of resentment you only write because you've lived it. You've seen it with your own eyes. Chris will sing swears. Nice singing. I like this bit here. So now we're gonna get to, like, Susie's, analysis of everything so far, and I think it's important to keep in mind Susie knows about as much as we do about the shelter, maybe like a tad less. She's not really privy to the fact that Chris is definitely in on everything. However, we're definitely meant to approach like what Susie says about it from the perspective of kind of knowing about as much as we do. I can't tell if it's just the hair going over my headphones, but I had to turn up the volume of this. Oh my god. Let me make it maybe a little louder on both. Let me do like fucking 8 here and then 2 here. How is this? Is this good? $2 from Cardstock Game Design. Thank you. Tori and Carol should make out. I mean, make out. It's true. Both of those. Alright. Did I miss any? No, that's actually the first donation of the stream. Thank you. Fuck yeah. So Susie's, like, perspective of this year is definitely meant to be, like, partially a hint for, like, people playing this that, like, aren't super privy to all the little details. But we do learn that Undyne was responsible for one of the codes, which is probably, like, the same one that Asgore was responsible for. This part, I think Susie is, like, sort of on the right track. I think it's not quite the case, because given that Chris has this as, like, their hideout, the shelter, I think the Knight already knew all the codes, frankly. I think it was more so concerned with the fact that because Undyne knew one of the codes, there is a good chance that maybe part of the reason they at least took Undyne was to try to prevent any means of us learning more about the shelter. Potentially. Which, very worrying news for Asgore, if that's the case. Although, it does make Asgore a pretty, like, fitting candidate, too, for someone that knows all of them. That is true, because Asgore works with the mayor, Asgore used to be in the police force, and Asgore goes to church at night. But it could be Des as well, potentially. It's either that Asgore is in on, like, helping some of this happen, or that this is specifically that the fact that the Knight knows all of the codes, and if you only needed to enter one code... Yeah, no. I partially mentioned this last stream regarding what I think of the shelter codes. The fact that there are 3 codes, and each one has a different symbol. Consider that we were just told that Carol keeps everything at home. She is a security-obsessed freak. $5 from Thinkreal, thank you. I'm really hoping Chapter 5 elaborates on the Dreamer and Holiday families. Oh, it definitely will. It definitely will. Consider that Carol keeps everything at home. And I do not think she trusts anybody with anything to do with, like, the safety and the more secret shit in this town. It has to be serious if she is delegating to other people codes, because that implies that she doesn't even trust herself to open the shelter on her own. Let alone anybody else, for that matter. So, I think it's more likely that, like, I think there's only really two people that would know all of the codes. It's Asgore and Des / the Knight. The Knight has to know all of them because it fucking lives there, and it's been going in and out of the fucking thing to, like, make these dark worlds. Asgore, I think, might know all of them because of his proximity to everything. However, I don't know if he's in on what's happening either. I think he has a lot of the same knowledge, but he's not in on the actual conspiracy. Definitely not in on whatever the fuck Chris and the Knight are doing. Also eject the tape real quick. Or should I? Yeah, sure I will. I forgot to eject the fucking the tape for the intro of the stream. I always forget to do that. Don't want to leave it in there for too long. Ooh. Okay. How are you so media literate? The hyperfixation, I guess. That's the only, like, real answer I have. And I like asking a lot of questions all the fucking time, constantly. I mean, really, that's the main thing, is if you want to, like, actually improve on that, I think it's always a thing of, if you, like, think about anything that happens in any media, a question that always helps is always, what is this part of the thing? What is this part of the thing telling me? What am I getting? Like, what am I learning here? Interrogating that out loud tends to be a generally, like, pretty useful way to train that. I wasn't always, like, this thorough, but it's through me just constantly being like, what is this trying to tell me? What is this presenting to me here? It's a process. It's one of those things you definitely train, but it's very doable. Ask yourself more questions. That's literally it. If it makes you feel something, why does it make you feel that? Why do you think that's the case? Any questions about, like, the Knightspiracy, by the way? I'm gonna get through it as I go. As, like, information is presented. Because I do not want to get too scatterbrained and ahead of myself. It is one thing at a fucking time. Oh god, this part. Why were you, like, in the fucking trees? Genuinely horrifying. Need to kill Asgore, dude. clicking whip noise is really good. One second. Alright. Yeah, I think, does the glass do anything? It doesn't really do anything new here. Oh shit, yeah, isn't there a milk freak? Yeah, I can't miss milk freak. That was awkward. Freak, freak family, your family. Fucking love milk freak. An entire chapter dedicated to that sad divorced fuck. Me too, I'm so excited. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that. Well... Will you do the mic fight early? If I can recall the name of the mic room code, then yes. I'll see if I can do it early. Nothing too particular going on in this room. Huh. I forgot that this had a choice to check the panel or not. That is interesting. Because, I mean, it really doesn't really need that choice. I think. I'll say what I mean by that later, but, this is just the overall, like, just hometown exploration part. This first leg of the stream is going to be generally pretty low-key, I think, because there isn't, like, a whole lot to say up until Noelle's house. Toriel has mentioned multiple times, yeah, like, being concerned for Chris's health. I wonder if that's gonna boil over. Like, will Chris just, like, give at some point from, like, pushing themselves too hard? I know this interaction can be really weird, by the way. If you had not talked to Rudy with Susie, like, along with you in Chapter 2, like, if Susie and Rudy never met each other before Chapter 4, when you mention, I think either Tamara or Susie, the interaction's really weird. Rudy's basically just like, that's, like, crazy. Why would you bring Susie? Why the hell is she here? That's crazy. It's really funny. And then upon interacting more on that topic, it just results in like an ellipsis from him. I've seen people use that as like potential Rudy Knight evidence because like it sets the context, like, you know, beforehand the only other time they would have met would be when the knight got introduced, so only after, you know, they kicked each other's asses, so it's really funny that they're just meeting now after that, but I'm not someone that buys into that, that's just what I've heard. I do think it's a really fucking weird interaction, even without that being the conclusion, though. I just think Death Knight is more interesting, frankly. That's my reasoning. But also, I think just with everything presented thematically, Death Knight seems to add up better, and also I can't think of a better character that Chris would really hold such a serious promise to. It doesn't seem likely that they would do this with Death's parents more than Death herself, personally. What makes Death Knight interesting? Lost girl that doesn't seem to be very much talked about and highly regarded as much as Asriel, who is definitely the black sheep of the Holiday family. Very brash, very abrasive when she was around. Disappearing suddenly. With a very mysterious, like, fucking Laura Palmer-esque, like, nature to her character, potentially. Showing up and probably having very insane, but to her, very rational reasons for wanting to go forward with the prophecy, which could be very personal, it could be very grandiose. I think there's a lot of potential for Des to be a very interesting, not a bad person, but villain by circumstance, bad influence on those around her that were impressionable, sort of thing. And I think that is much more interesting than just somebody else is the knight because they're looking for Des. I kind of wanted to be more than just Des being the damsel in distress in the void or whatever, personally. But I mean, shit, I don't really care at the end of the day, I just want to see what happens, but that's like my take. I think Des is gonna kind of be the Deltarune, Ever wasn't the greatest person sort of deal. Oh my god, yeah, Rudy's going to the festival tomorrow, too. Dude. Just fucking rest. My god. I don't know who the voice in the unused text could be if not Des. I still think it's Des. The thing is, we don't really know much of anything about the unused text. I don't think it follows the same passage of time that the game itself does, personally. And my logic is that is that the unused content side of things doesn't flow. The time doesn't really flow there like it does in the actual game world. So what we're seeing in the code is like, that might have already happened a long fucking time ago, but we're only getting it bit by bit in the chapters because, you know, that's gonna reveal something interesting later down the line that would, like, you know, be a bit of a spoiler right now for us. Why did Spampton channel them through himself? Fuck if I know. If anything, I'm wondering why that hasn't happened more often in the game so far. But, like... Moist. Yeah, here was confirmation that Undyne knew one of the codes, which... Interesting, again. Not even fucking Napstablik knew the code. Only, like, the police chief knew, so Asgore did know that code. Let's try to do the rest of Hometown, and then I'm gonna, like, continue on with the Castletown things, probably. Then here's the Blue Bunny Pizza Pants Yowie. Another $5 from Dreaming of Kadath. Thank you. Interesting that Chris shows more defiance or malicious compliance in this chapter. That is true. Did we hire a new guy? Gerson mentioned randomly. And diner scene with Susie. How could you forget? What the fuck? Locked in. It is a QT! It's fucked up. Looks bad, Chief. I really love the Chris dialogue, in quotes. Is Crystal? It's true, there are. I wouldn't fucking say that. This part's interesting. There's like something that only Susie gets to see. Or that Susie was about to see, maybe. But like, I don't know if maybe Susie didn't get to see it before Chris erased it or something. Oh yeah, you do get the erase achievement here. I'll talk about the achievements in a bit. I'll talk about that when we're done with this chapter. Because the achievements are something. Oh dear. Closed. For new signage. Isn't there something somewhere that mentions, like that, like, the logo was gonna be changing? I think it says there's some piece of narration, I swear to God, that says that Chris was filled with a feeling of dread learning this. I don't know if I'm, like, misremembering that, but I swear to God. I fucking love pizza pants. This fucking Sprite is so good. It's in the teen zone, okay. Will Azupants become canon in Chapter 8 despite everything? I fucking hope so. At the very least, Asriel has to come back from college as, like, a bit of a fail guy. Like, a little bit. And no, he cannot be a twink. Put a little bit of fucking meat on the guy. I want him to come back a girl. Even more real. Even more real. That's true. Even more distant. $2 from cardstock again. What if it comes back different on each file? Ooh, I've thought about that too. I've thought about that. Part of me kinda hopes so. I have regrets. What if I do with my leftover milk? Just look at it? Don't drag me into this, I'm just looking at milk. You're dragging me into it, stop! I have egrets. Deserved for the contradictory bloodlore, you stupid infant rabbits. Fuck. I'm kinda glad the line was censored. If it was any other, moment in history, you know, maybe... Not this moment. Not this moment. The fucking... I got to that part, like, before I got patched out. And fucking... My partner and I were in the VC like, Toby, we're past this! The radiation fox didn't need to come back for that. At least... At least, like, say the thing you said at the end of Halloween Hack again. You know, I could forgive you for that. That at least went kinda hard. God. No, I was gonna mention, I love how much, like, Andrew lost his shit, trying to make sense of the blood lore because of the fucking infant rabbit that mentioned that, like, about humans having blood. I'm not gonna get into the implications of the previous version of the line. I don't know, do your fucking research. This is not that kind of stream. What's your opinion? I don't really think it matters. But, like, we kind of have the confirmation in this chapter that, like, humans and monsters both bleed. I think if you're a lightener, you probably just bleed. Fucking Sans bleeds. So, I think it doesn't really matter, frankly. Lopin. What is his fucking problem, man? $5 from Claire Haldman. Teen Son says a place where a teen can be a kid versus Icy's changing which is immense dread. I think Chris is trying to resist growing past deaths. Interesting. That's an interesting take. I don't really have much to really say, about the fucking same stuff here. It's just being a little shit. I'm currently going through a mental thing right now where my body has been so excited for Deltarune that it looped around and forgot what it was No, I get that feeling. I've had, like, multiple times this past week alone where I'm like, fucking... Man, why is my sleep schedule so fucked? Why is this so weird and different and unusual? And I'm like, it's probably just because I'm excited and thinking about this constantly. We call it 0 calories, miss. This is also just a very funny nothing thing. Oh yeah, this is where we can give the TV. I remember seeing some mutuals think the locked cat flap was more important. Yeah, no, it was literally just a reference to the shelter. I think it was only made important because it highlights the 3 codes in red, which, like, yeah, it's usually pretty sparse with its use of that. We're gonna miss the funny interaction between Tenant and Rules. I know about it. I know about it. It's so fucking good. Also, he has a small ass. We love to see it. We love to see Mettaton awakening. Obsessed with that stuff. We kind of get a bit more context. Important question about rules, yes or no? Yes. I hope that answers it sufficiently. It's kind of, we kind of start getting more context for, like, Asgore's conspiracy theory nut, like, nature. Very clearly obsessed with just, like, trying to uncover what really happened with Dessa's disappearance, because he probably saw some shit that nobody believes. You can only see through the basement window. A corkboard is covered with tons of papers and documents litter the floor. Is Molly pretty quiet? I'm just far away from the microphone. My bad. I could make the game audio, like, a tad quieter. Maybe this a tad louder? Like that? Alright. Don't make me repeat myself. This part pisses me off. There's a weird thing with the hometown stuff in this chapter where a noticeable amount of stuff is, like, pushed back to chapter 5. One of those things being Onion Sun. They just don't show up this chapter, which is mildly concerning. I think around here, we literally just have, like, looking at stuff in Toriel's house, which I don't think does much of anything different. Toriel's here, I guess. I ate the clothes. And then Toriel mentions, you know, going to choir practice, which, as we know, does not happen. I'm afraid that playing through Chapter 5 will take, like, 7... I'm hoping it takes that long. No, I fucking want Chapter 5 to be big. I do not want to finish it in even, like, 2 sittings. I'm gonna be so for real. I am so ready for Chapter 5 to be unusually big. There has to, because there's so many fucking things that it needs to, like, wrap up, that it seems to be responsible for wrapping up at this point. I'd be genuinely shocked if it's, like, a short one at all. Is there anything different in the bathroom? Not really. Thank you for the 2 from Don Marionette. Onion Sun is hanging out with Papyrus or something, I don't know. True, I suppose so. Like, I don't really think there's anything too different in here. There's the shampoo. Still no... Look, I thought it was like a soda cap. Oh my god. You did it at home?! I'm afraid of it because I'm playing it on a family vacation and I may not have the time. I'm so sorry. I have, like, a fucking ritual prepared for the morning that's about to come out. Like, I am planning to basically just do what I did last year and just kind of be off the grid until I'm done with the chapter. Hoping for more hints that Sans was originally from Deltarune. We probably are gonna get more of that. I could see there being maybe a little bit more implications of that in Chapter 5. Library soon. Let's go in here. Birdley's in here. Oh no! Exclamation point semicolon! Beef? That's a really good one. I forgot. I forgot. Bertley says, "Why must she be so tsundere and confusing?" Oh, I hate him. I hate his ass. Oh yeah, this. A feeling of dread washes over you. I am sick of this fucking guy. Can I just say that? Can I... Dude, back up. Can I fucking read? Oh my god. The roaring's gonna happen before I get to see the rest of this fucking room, I swear to god. Here we get, like, confirmation of how, like, monster funerals are handled, which, you know, is set up for Gerson's entire deal in this fucking chapter. Oh yeah, and then there's all this. I see you always with Susie. Then here, Caddy just gets pissed off at us because he's like, hey, Noelle can hang out with whoever she wants to. Have we been to Noelle's yet? We have not been there yet. I just went through all of Hometown. And now we're gonna be going through the school in Castletown. Oh fuck yeah. This is pretty interesting. The first two chapters had us, like, putting the eggs somewhere in Hometown, but now here they're all just kind of here, only. Well, I don't think these are the eggs, it's just, like, a way to display how many we've collected. But it is kind of weird that chapter 3 and 4 don't have us really putting them anywhere in Hometown. This is substitute teacher food. Do the eggs stay between save files? I mean, if you got the previous one, then they carry over. But I don't think they're, like, permanent in any way, no. Oh, true, the marker. I forgot about the marker. Tilby tends to make Deltarune updates around the 9 PM range, so watch out in an hour and a half or so. Ooh! I hadn't been paying attention to that. Left drop. I see. Didn't Temmie have their own egg in Chapter 1? Yes, I believe so. We never really have been into this classroom up here, no. I don't think we ever will be. Although now we're back in Castletown. We got plenty to look at here, too. We got a lot to look at before even getting into the church. We're gonna be here a while. We're already like 2 hours in. But I'm trying my best to be, there isn't much to say up until Noelle's house, so I'm saving a lot of my thoughts till then. If I'm skipping through dialogue, by the way, part of it is that this is a big chapter, so I do need to be actually pretty fucking quick here. Rousey is like generally pretty reasonable, but also says something interesting in that the knight isn't acting purely out of like violence alone, just recklessly. There's more attention called to like there's a very calculated way that the knight is doing all of this. There is a very specific reason that it chooses to do something. Is this guy a genius? Is he onto me? Alright. So this is interesting. One little thing I can actually mention. If you recall, this hole here, if you are playing on like either a default state save of like chapters 2 or 4, or one where you just didn't get like the boss item, like the secret boss item from previous chapters, the way that it worked in chapter 2 was you would get Jevel's item even if you were playing on like a save file in that slot that didn't have the item previously. And so it demonstrated a bit of a permanence to the Shadow Crystal plotline. Sham and the game seem to remember you doing those fights. This logic now is actually like pretty consistent in chapter 4. The way it seems to work is basically a second, it's a little loud for me. The way this seems to work is basically like it seems to like keep track of what secret bosses you've done on the slot that you're playing. So if you have Jevel defeated but not the knight, in chapter 4 you'll just get Jevel's item. If you have Spamton and Knight defeated but not Jevel, you'll get Spamton and the Knight's items but not Jevel's. So this is a way to just easily like get their items without having to replay their fights. Something interesting though, it's a potential bug. If you had gotten the blue ribbon in chapter 3, but not like the boss item for the knight, the black shard does not appear here. You also can't sell the blue ribbon, because for some fucking reason, the blue ribbon and black shard share the same item ID, which is the one that basically is like the secret boss item ID, sort of, I think. Which is why you can't sell it, because you can't sell the boss items. I don't know how intentional that is. I want to lean more to say it's not intentional, but they haven't done anything to patch it out. So, I don't really know. This is kind of up there with, like, when the, returning the egg in Chapter 2's hometown was, like, bugging out, because if you interacted with anything in Santa's shop, like, at the top, it would kind of skip that interaction of you placing the egg there. Not skip it, but, like, you know, it would trigger the flag, and so it would treat it like as if you had already placed it when you didn't yet. Though you technically did. But yeah, it's weird. I don't know what to make of that. Also, there's Lancer. But yeah, the permanence of the Shadow Crystal plotline is, like, reinforced here, which is really fucking weird, and, Sham's dialogue even seems to reflect that, I think, in Chapter 4. If you come back to them, then... Like, if you come back to them on a save where you didn't do those fights, technically, but you go to the hole, get the items, and then come back, then they're, like, Wait, you do have the items. Oh, so that must mean ... And then they continue on. Look, guys, it's in the wrist. The wrist. Love these guys. Ooh. Discord notification jump scare, I apologize. I clicked my mute button on accident. I didn't have anything to do with this. I love how mad Rousey is at this. I like when Rousey gets mad, it's funny. He should do that more. So right now I'm just kind of going through... Newbert, get the fuck over here. Thank you, Newbert. Okay, yeah, this is interesting. So you remember the Ruden in Chapter 2 that mentioned, that called it Player Town? This is that same one. And the color has faded to now look a little bit more like one of the Flying Nicies. Again, referring it to Player Town. Do I look different? Sorry, I'm just me. My color must have faded. Pay it no mind. So yeah, definitely more implication that there's something going on here with this one. Leaning a bit more into, like, okay, you have some weird, like, potentially meta-knowledge. This is closed. Oh fuck, I actually, do I want to give that away? I'm not gonna give away the Shadow Crystal just yet. Potentially, I don't know if I will. I'll mention it in Noelle's house then, actually, because I just kind of want to get through this. But there is an interaction with the glass in Chapter 4 that only happens at Noelle's house. We'll get there when we get there. But actually no, I can mention it here. So the glass doesn't really have any new interactions in Chapter 4 aside from one. If you're at Noelle's house and she is with you, and you use the glass and you look through it, it says now that it then says that you thought you saw Noelle close to you whispering. And not much else. There's like another potential glass interaction, but it, I think it starts with like the preface for like the Shadow Crystal dialogue, which is weird because I think it only shows up in the Light World interaction. It's probably to show that it was going to be added, but because the Light World isn't playable in Chapter 3, it never really got, like, fixed or written accordingly. But it's the one that mentions Undyne being frozen in ice. Which is very weird. But, I think that's like all the glass interactions we have in chapters 1 through 4 so far that were added. I'll actually give my theory in a bit about that, but let me fucking get out of here first and finish my work with this one. This fucking dojo. Oof. Oof. Ooh. So many. And then the lampshade here. Really fucking funny. Ugh. There we go. But it was weird. We didn't like it, I think. What? It was bad. Yeah, probably. What? That's all I hear. So, my guess regarding the glass, we know the shadow crystals generally seem to show not necessarily just the light world equivalent, but they seem to see past the darkness in a sense. They seem to see past, like, the illusion, so to speak. In Chapter 4, we see how the shadow crystals, they don't really show us the church as much, but rather the way that the prophecy doesn't change through the lens of the crystal. The glass is interesting, and we had a really hard time for a while figuring out, and we still have a hard time figuring out exactly what it's showing. What I think it's showing, especially with what it shows of Noelle, and the unused one, although it's a little bit harder to use that as, like, evidence, because it went unused, I think if the shadow crystals are showing past the illusion of the dark world, for some fucking reason, I think the glass is showing glimpses of the Weird Route timeline. like, for some fucking reason, the glass might be actually showing us glimpses of the weird root, because those all seem to line up with the weird root, for the most part. Oh yeah, there's like something for trying to drop the crystal in chapter 4. I'll check that in a bit. But let me save my game real quick. Oh no, weird rather just premonitions? They could be. Because I literally can't think of what else it could possibly fucking be at that point. Yeah, if we try... That's not a weapon, though. What? That's not the weapon. Okay, so the Shadow Crystal, when you try dropping it and you can't, it says something more along the lines of, like, you can't do that. Like, oh, like, you're unable to, because it would be like throwing away someone's ... and then it, like, trails off. Yeah. But you didn't fully understand it. Oh, Cammy and Andrew Delta Ramble tomorrow. Fuck yeah! That's good to hear. Oh, fuck, everyone's here. We love that Swatch to sing, yeah, now. Proud of him. What about for the young human? What about for the young human? What about for the young human? There we go. Tiramisu cat ears. Real. Another thing about Chapter 4 that I find weird, we are 4 chapters into the game. What the fuck are these two? What are these two? We still don't know what these two are supposed to be in the recruit menu. Chapter 5, please elaborate. Please address this, or I'm gonna fucking explode. The element pairing in general, like that system also in general, is like... It's been used a little bit, but not a lot. Weaknesses, resistances, maybe? Just looking through all the darkeners here. Let's see, what do we have currently in our roster here? Love the music in this area a lot. We have like what, like 3? 4? There's still 4 spaces here. So we see, check recruits. So we got a pawnman. Might be time to yeah, let's put you over here. And I'd say probably like, where to put? Don't mind me, I tend to be very particular about the placement of these just because it's like, you know, fuck it, I may as well have a bit of fun with, like, customizing what little I can. Honestly, I feel pretty good about maybe just this. In Chapter 3, you can unrecruit a Darkener from Chapter 1? That's kind of fucked up. Which one is that? Where to? This one's moving now a good bit. I forgot about this line! There's not even like any accent or anything. Lightners only want one thing and it's disgusting. I mean, delicious. Again, another thing that gets pushed to Chapter 5 is no new recipes, unfortunately. I think I already have a twin ribbon, so I'm not gonna make that, but, one day, hopefully in 5 days we will be able to make the Twisted Sword. I fucking hope so, my god. Alright, next thing is gonna be a little bit of time as well, but let's see. I'm gonna do a lot of playing mini games here because I actually really like the rhythm stuff in this game. Let's do a bit of gaming, y'all. Let Shadow Guy keep it. Yes, we're doing the hard mode as well. Fuck it. What the use of the pure crystal is going to be outside of the Twisted Sword? No, me too! I think about that too. What the fuck does it do if the Shadow Crystal does what it does? I think the main thing with the hard mode is, it seems the timing is, like, tighter. The timing is a lot tighter compared to the normal mode. Like, the actual notes themselves aren't very different. The hard mode timing isn't that bad. It's like literally The timing itself didn't change, it's just the room for error is smaller. But also, like, you still can get really high ranks because it's like, regardless of the timing being more punishing, somewhat, it's really not by that much, and also, it's very forgiving with the points you do get. I think the points are, like, worth a little bit more to make up for that, for some reason. I do like this one, though. Fuck. There is one little detail about Rousey's singing that's pretty fun, but it's like literally right at the very end. There's like a sprite that he does at the very end of the song where, like, at that last, like, really, like, long note, you see him, like, scream something and then cover his mouth after. Implying that he, like, sang, like, a swear word. Like, the first thing that comes to mind that would fit that many notes that would have that many syllables is "we don't give a fuck" or something like that. Or "we don't give a damn." That probably makes more sense, actually. Damn would be a little bit too much for him. How's the replay going? It's going pretty good. It's a big chapter, so I'm trying not to rush myself too hard, but, like, a little bit. But also I'm trying to have fun with everything here. If you're wondering why I'm doing all of these, this is partially save file prep as well. So this is me being a bit of a completionist about it, because of fucking course I would be. Fuck. It's okay, it's hard mode, it's fine. By the way, if I can remember the code, I am doing Mike Room before we leave Castletown, because I would like to get it out of the way, but I do have thoughts about it appearing after completing Chapter 4 as well. Like, I miss all of that, and I got a higher rank than normal. Do you understand how fucking weird the hard mode in this game, in this rhythm game is? Oh, they really hinge on you just being that bad at the windows. It's so funny. Like, I was not that good. The point distribution is just really fucking weird. It's not the first time I've had that happen. I hope they added more songs in Chapter 5 for the rhythm game, because I genuinely enjoy this a lot. It's really fun. It's very simple with just like the 2 tracks. Fuck! I nearly had it there. Shit. Close. I nearly had like a full clear there. Shit. Almost, almost. I almost aced that one. That's fucked up. Can you tell I've played rhythm games in the past? Not a lot, but enough. Not even that many rhythm games. Like, I played a bit of Osu, like, years and years ago. And, last year I got to play, partially because the dev of it found out I used a song in it, like a From song. I got to play fucking Vivid Stasis with the dev last year, while the dev was on call with, like, a bit of the dev team. Really good game. I would recommend it if you like story-heavy shit that has, like, some rhythm stuff as part of it, but it's, I'm not gonna talk too much about it. You'll see it. It's also fucking free. But I really enjoyed it. Did I discover it because of Frums? Yes, I did. Frums, my fucking beloved. Also, I don't care that I'm linking most of these, honestly. It's... I'm glad there's so many Frums fans in here. Genuinely fucking love Frums' stuff so much. I am always eagerly awaiting more. Lumping into a lot of these because I'm talking and not actually paying more attention to the fucking song, but it's okay. We're probably gonna get like A rank on this or something at this rate. Which is like, oh no. No, honestly, with what little I've played, like, overall, I fucking love rhythm games. I do love them a lot. I have a thing I like saying, which is I think a lot of genres of games, to me, I like, the way I tend to look at them, after I've played enough of a certain genre, I just end up realizing that they're just a rhythm game in another genre's disguise. A lot of action games have a rhythm to them, even if not, you know, conventionally speaking. Okay. I'm gonna save mic room for just a little bit. I'm still gonna do it before we leave, however, I want to sort the other Castletown things out first. Hello, hello, my fucking NB husband. I love you. Moi, I love you. My theysbin. I didn't know there was a term for it. I just say NB husband because I'm like, I don't know if theysbin is a fitting enough term. I don't know if it rolls off the tongue so well. Also, I'm gender fucked as hell, so it's like, nothing matters to me. Fucking, Sean pisses me off a little bit though in this, because it's like, they literally ask Chris where we found the mantle, and then just never minds it. It's like, God, who is that motherfucker? Who is that motherfucker? I want to know. Please, I want to know more. I love you, but please tell me more. I'm begging you. We also get a crazy lore drop here. Fucking... We learn here that there's only 2 more left, including Gerson's. So, we now know that Chapter 5 is gonna have the last secret boss that at least has a Shadow Crystal. I don't know what to do about that. I don't know what to do about that information. That's scary. If we're going off of the schedule of the Forgotten Man as well, there's a chance that Chapter 5 has the last egg that we need to collect. So it's here the implication is now Chapter 5 is the end of the Shadow Crystal plotline, which is where we might get the Pure Crystal, and perhaps the Twisted Sword. And also that's where we're gonna be done with the eggs. At least collecting them. What the fuck does that mean? Right? There's a strange thing going on with Chapter 5 where it seems to be where a lot of things we know about Deltarune's mysteries are kind of coming to a head. And this is before anything with the roaring even happens. And upon mention of, the next crystal, they say that the strength of our next opponent should be enough to ring the bell. But I can't help but think you may win. God. One tragic thing about, about this is, like, man, I've seen, like, a few comics about this as well, like, back when Chapter 4 came out. Shaman Gerson would be so interesting as an interaction. It would be so interesting. We're probably never gonna get to see that, but fuck, dude. bruschettas here. Oh, $10 from Agile, thank you. My crack theory is that Chapter 5 will be the last crystal, and then in Chapter 6, Sham will challenge us to a fight before giving us the pure crystal. Oh my god, I really hope Chapter 5 we just get the pure crystal. I'm gonna genuinely start fucking tweaking if, like, we don't get to craft it or make it in Chapter 5. I don't know what I would prefer, though, if that wasn't the case. Would I prefer that Sham make it, like, a final challenge thing, or... I think I would prefer that if that's the case. Like, at least some implication of that. Because I would actually lose my fucking mind if, like, fucking... we do all of that, and the only thing keeping us from getting it is just that we can't have access to Sham until Chapter 6. Like, god damn it, man. Do you think Gerson will reappear at all? I don't think so. I think Gerson appeared in Chapter 4, that's probably all we're really gonna get, if, like, for the very most part. Oh, this is interesting, too. Talk about the night. And Itsira King is not incorrect, because we do see through defeating the knight that, yes, it was holding back massively. They seemed a little what? A little, you know, draw a picture wench. It's here we also learn the king never even met the knight. He only learned what he learned of the knight because of Jevil, which is likely through the Shadow Crystal that he learned that. So all of that was because Jevil fucking, gave that info to him somewhat. Whose smile's gone empty since that day. So that's crazy, that we just kind of got that dropped on us of like, no, he didn't even meet the knight. He only learned of it because the fucking jester went crazy and was like, oh yes, I have a vision and a theory. $10 from Clarigan, thank you. Have you seen the map people have drawn on Jackenstein checkerboard? Oh yeah, I'll get to that when we get to it, but I am aware of that. I wasn't, like, very active to respond to, like, you know, fucking the theories going on, but I did keep my finger, like, a little bit on the pulse of the most popular takes. Here's this interaction. This scene is really cute. as I eat the cake. Oh hell yeah, Susie's prize. Hello. This is an interesting little bit. The slice is initially half-eaten, and Rousey says that we'll deal with it when we leave the room. And then we leave, and then we can go back in. And the slice is now full again. Which is something that he just kind of did, like, between going in and out of the room. Nothing really to glean from that, it's just like, it was just like a mildly interesting thing I noticed. Oh fuck yeah. Holy shit! My oomph quite in chat. Hello! This should look like the vid I learned how to run a Game Boy Advance emulator 17 years ago from. Hi, quite. I'm running this through my actual fucking VCR. Like, I have a second monitor here that's just a CRT that's connected to a VCR and then running back into my computer. That's what you're looking at. Hello? This is what the past few streams have been. This is my new stream layout. It's nice seeing you here. I'm trying to get through chapter 4 and fucking yap about it as I go, so... I love that Rousey is a little more angry in Castletown this time. There's him yelling about the fucking mannequin and then just straight up, what the fuck happened to the wall? Get a load of the guy with no meat or fruit in his castle walls! What didn't Queen mean by that? What's not clicking? Was that supposed to be the TikTok voice? Yes, it is. My headcanon voice for Queen is just the TikTok TTS. If you wanted to do anything more, maybe with like a bit of a regal flavor to it, but like for the very most part, it's just the TikTok TTS. I can't hear it any other way. Seems low. Bouncy as your ass is concave. I'm sorry, man. This bit's very good. You know what's really funny is for years, I think this was our only like actual gameplay clip of Chapter 4 like ever because of the sweepstakes. That's really fucked up to think about. Nothing to really say here, it's just a very good room. Same for the TV room here. It's a little lonely without Tana, but he's in a better place now. With Mettaton kissing. There's a noticeable space here, for what looks like at least like one more room, I feel. At least I hope so. I get the feeling there is, but I don't know, I might be wrong. However, this next bit is very interesting. This is kind of where, like, all of the hints to Ralphie's self-worth really come into, like, full view here. Because at this point, there's no better way to illustrate how he sees himself than this. He genuinely hates himself that much that he thinks he doesn't even deserve his own room. Which is just, like, fucking crazy. Like, come on, man. Gerson is also trans femme now? Holy fuck. Insane news. Gerson is a he and Butch lesbian. Real. It is not too late, girl. This bit here really gets to me, right? Because this is kind of the part where Ralsei's just spilling about, like, the self-induced, like, loathing he has for just Darkners, and the thought even of giving them more thought than just something to throw away to be distracted by. As he's talking about, like, you know, having his own feelings and stuff, he asks, should I? Rephrases then, should a Darkner be feeling like this? He doesn't even want to refer to himself as his own, like, being here. Because it's just that hard-coded into him, just like, I can't there is no purpose. I have no purpose other than, like, making the Lightners happy. Can you please take this back? Fucking... I saw a post that my partner showed me a while ago. I don't know if this is still going on Deltarune Twitter. I'm not on Twitter anymore, but there was a trend going on of, like, people basically making posts like just taking random rooms in the game and rating every item in the room. And I think about the rating for this one because the description just says, for process of elimination, this is the best thing in Rousey's room. And I remember the post for this being like, this is an S tier, this is F tier, this fucking window sucks. I don't have, like, much more comment on Rousey's character, because, like, I think I've talked a bit about how fucked up his, like, Darkner phobia basically is. But, like... yeah, no. Extremely interesting. Extremely interesting character, like, just development. And it's interesting seeing the kind of gradual way that he lets himself stray away from his original role. And the chapter kind of starts, like, really planting those seeds of, like, he's thinking a little more about what he really wants out of this and not just what the prophecy calls for. With that, though, we've basically covered everything in Castletown. The main stuff, honestly, is, like, Sham's stuff is interesting. The Flying Aces thing is interesting. Like, I mean, I have the rune that is one of the Flying Aces. Rousey's room. That's, like, the main stuff. But nothing too crazy, though. Like, everything that like, I could follow up on from Chapter 2 is, like, pretty consistent for the very most part. There's nothing that's really deviated too much. However, the next thing I want to cover is this. And I want to get this out of the way before Noelle's house, because I have a lot to say, and, I'd like to not have to go through the Titan fight 2 times to get the completion data for this. So, I want to get this out of the way right now. Also, just because there's, like, some mildly different dialogue anyway, not super much so. But something in Chapter 3 I, like, never talked about was Mike. Tenna refers to a Mike throughout the whole fucking chapter, but we never see Mike. Like, ever. There's, like, no proper lore about Mike, like, fucking anywhere. So this was a surprise to see. Mike's room, which is locked with a code. And this is a code that you can only get, mind you, through completing Chapter 4, and then reloading your save, because it takes you, because then it shows, like, like, what was the word? Like, basically just, like, a spot that you can go back to the light world to, which just kind of fast-tracks you to Castletown. You can only get a note that says the code after loading that save, going back to Castletown, and then seeing a note next to the door. Or by making a good guess, which I think it was, like, basically, like, the letters Mike on, like, a keypad or something. But, yeah, like, a Mike on a numpad, which is interesting. But that has implications, and I'll get to that. But the implication there of, like, reloading your fucking save to get a code to a door you didn't know the code to previously, then now you're able to put in the code much earlier because of that. I wonder what that implies. Oh shit, that's not it. Shit, okay. Let me check then. I'll just get the code, like, one sec. Oh, it was 5813. 6453. Gotcha. Okay. My memory of that was a little hazy, but so I think it's important to say, before continuing much more into this, we do know that a lot of this was probably made as, like, the last, like, content before chapters 3 and 4 were done. Since a big reason this was even added was basically to, like, showcase, like, Switch 2 exclusive functionality. I think there's some differences there, like, the minigames are a little different. Interesting how it says you enter the numbers knowingly there. Exactly, I'm getting to that. There's some interesting dialogue here, because Rousey's asking if we're even supposed to be in here. And here, we get, the mouse. Oh god, this is gonna be so awkward of a setup here. Let's see, what's a good hat to... I think I do go with this one. Actually, no, maybe more like this one. Yeah. Alright, do we want to do this? We could try. Sure. That's very sensitive, Jesus fuck. Probably for the best. No, it said Mike. So just to preface, this entire section is extremely just probably one of the most just what the fuck do I even say parts of chapter 4. There's a very gradual realization as we go of like, oh, I don't know if any of y'all are Mike, huh? What's going on here? But I'll save what I think for after we're done with this section. Let's see here. If literally anything, I think, I do think that the user interface, like, you know, adjusting for all of this is pretty interesting, but nothing like, not like super much so. Psh. I gotta adjust the gain for sure there. 1 second. How are we doing here? How is this good? I need that shit like at 0. See if maybe disabling the fan helps. The turning off the fan helps a little. Okay. The key is to be much like Lala Dog. Why do trans folk automatically default to it's the communication. It's universal communication. Ah. Wah wah. Wah wah. Wah wah. Wah wah. Wah. Fuck. Pluie, my beloved. Ah. 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 Bah. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. 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 Okay. Fucking, I do really love the microphone usage here. I'd feel evil if I didn't use this for the stream. You could kind of just not even move here. Ah! I'm so sad I can't play these because my laptop mic is broken. Fuck. Modern mouse mic. That is pretty fucked up, though. Ah! 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 You could just use your mouse instead for the... Ah! Ah! What does Mike say next? What does Mike from Game say next? This whole section is just like so... It was so weird playing this for the first time, just blind, because it was like... You could definitely tell just right away that this was meant to kind of just fuck with everybody speculating about Mike. Because it's easy to tell, like, oh shit, these are just all of the popular takes that people have had about Mike between the chapters. There we go. That fucking sprite is so good. Sorry, I'm forgetting because he doesn't talk. Fuck. There you go. Do you like that wind? Oh shit, here we go. There we go. Finally, oh my god. Why would Tobias Renard do this? I can't stand when people say that this is just to make fun of the fan base. Yeah, no, I don't think it was to make fun solely. I think Toby found it very entertaining, but I don't think it's just nothing. But yeah, we're now done with the fight, so I'm getting close to being able to say more about what the fuck I think is going on here with this fight. I do love Pluie. I do love the different designs. I think it's an interesting way to expand upon the mystery, because I think there always has been something to Mike as a character because of the way Spampton's like referred to him, but I think Toby wanted to do a little bit more than just like leave it at, like unaddressed the whole time. And this was kind of his way of doing that. I want this fucking dice boy. I love him. I love this green chud. Me too. That is not Matt Pat. That's me. Fucking... And this is really interesting, too. It's like, none of them have actually seen Mike. And I think it's meant to be just very funny, like, okay, it's just kind of nothing. You know, like, this is all just... Tanner drove himself insane, or whatever. But there is an implication that, like, there was a Mike at some point, but Tanner just never really let go of that concept. Never really let go of Mike. So... I do think there is, like, potentially some merit to, like, some value to put in this specific Pippins being green, because it's like, green has been a color just generally associated with, like, device bullshit. Like, this is something I have, like, mentioned somewhat in the previous videos of, like, it has been related to the program layer for a while. I've even, like, speculated, maybe during or after my videos that I made, like, that I think even Rousey has, like, a role to play regarding that. Given that the green pippins is kind of, like, a big part of, like, this specific part of the interface, and is so weirdly tied to Mike, and thus to, like, the, as we'll see, the friend stuff, there might be something to it. I think there's an implication that there's, like, a bit more importance to him being green. Like I think green does vaguely have to mean something because of the way it's been used for the UI in the past. Before something weird happens. What do you mean by that? It's good to have caution giving all these characters exist as a commentary on fan theories. They can exist as that, but also be more. We really don't know. Especially considering that, you know, this all happens, and there's a connection to draw between the conspiracy nature of this, but also, Chris generally having a disdain for cork boards and conspiracy in general. Is it getting a little cut off? Hang on a second. Let me see if I can, like... Oh shit, what percent battery? Oh fuck, I'm at like 4%. I'm gonna have to switch out to the VTuber, not the VTuber, the PNG tuber already, fuck. Oops. 1 second. They killed me. They fucking killed me. One sec. Where are we? There we are. Alright. I'll put myself here in the meantime. And then... There we go. Okay, we're good. So, aside from all of this, there's also this bit. Which I don't really have a comment for this. To be so fucking honest with you, I really don't. I don't have really any comment for this. Like, I don't know if they're supposed to be. But it's very strange that you can just kind of walk all the way out here and there's just like a realistic mic, I guess? Like, as in, that can be one of the mics, is just a real-life microphone. But it's such a bizarre, like, fucking... Like, what, why is it presented like this? It's the same blue as the 1225 room. Yeah, no, it's, like, specifically walking, like, all the way out here so that the ground just, like, disappears. It's so weird. Like, I don't really have a substantial comment on it because it's like, it really could be nothing. However, what the fuck? And not only that, it changes to the Cat Petters minigame room. And what I mean by that is, in the sweepstakes teasers for Chapter 4, Noelle mentions multiple, like at least like a couple fucking minigames that she played for the Cat Petters RPG that literally are just the minigames that we play in this room. I'm also gonna do something here real quick, because for reasons I actually do need to change it to a button I can press, because I need to do so to show a few things. Oh shit. Oh yeah, this dialogue. Hannah always said Mike acted different after the other guy left. What other guy, what different? So there's the implication here that, Spampton separating from Tenna caused whoever Mike actually was to also just fuck off. Before I do anything, though, there is the Michael bomb. I'm serious. And I'm using this because, it plays Grandpa Semi? For some reason? I guess just because it sounded fitting, but like, what the fuck, man? I'm gonna save Batat for last, because that game is fucking busted. We're gonna go from Pluie, Jongler, and then Batat, for the minigames here. This minigame is pretty interesting, like, in terms of the imagery, I suppose. Very, I guess, thematically relevant. I appreciate that everyone gets Pluie. Oh, shit. I think there isn't too much to really say about, like, the three mics themselves. I find them to be a really fun trio. I like them. I think they're probably a polycule or something of the sort. But in terms of what they mean for the lore, like, I think generally, like, they are meant to be representative of, like, you know, the popular takes of Mike, obviously. And that much is true. But I also think the way that they're presented is meant to kind of intentionally not close any doors on what or who Mike could be. It feels like each of them is like I feel like we're kind of hit a case of like each of these takes probably have some truth to Mike, even if they're off in other spots. Like the pink and yellow like friend relation thing, that's not incorrect, as we're gonna see. The Jongler stuff, that's also not necessarily incorrect. You know, because we do see Chapter 3 have, like, you know, some of the Western theming. Chapter 5 could also end up having that, potentially. But, like, I think Batat is the most interesting one, though, out of them, the Green Pippins, because it's kind of less likely that he's based off of any one specific take of Mike. I think that's, like, the one that's closest to, I think, what Toby had it originally in mind for, like, this concept, if he had it in mind for a while anyway. I think is more representative of just, like, you have the Mike as in friend, Mike as in friend inside me, and then Mike, less so Mike and more so the person trying to figure out who Mike is. And that's where we get the interesting shit, because that's the one like actually trying to look into the fucking abyss of Mike, I guess. And that abyss is kind of staring back more at him than the other ones. It is kind of like how I'm reading it. I think there's some interesting shit we could get out of it, potentially. I like the idea of the Green Pippins being fucking haunted by a friend or some shit. Because he's, like, just that stir-crazy trying to fucking figure it out. 5 Canadian from Melanie, thank you. Let me read that in just a moment. I am trying to lock in here. Fuck. Oh shit. Getting a lot of points in this, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm kind of going in reverse here because we want to have a look at all of the text. Who's Mike? Cat Mike has the highest score. What's wrong if you thinking that making people think Mike is a cat? Do people see pink and yellow and think, oh, a friend? This text is a little bit interesting. Those teeth, they bite. Could be something. I think they're all meant to be like. Sorry, I was playing Pluie. How do you feel about the description for Pluie, how the roaring could have allegories with Noah's Ark? I think the connection definitely is probably there. I'm not super well-versed, or rather, I'm not super in the loop with, like, the parallels to more biblical imagery, but that is one of those connections that I do think is very... I think it's pretty intentional, honestly. It feels pretty overt to me. I don't have much I could glean from that. It kind of ties into probably like imagery regarding the roaring and darkness in general, just kind of consuming everything. Thank you for the 10 from Cardstock again. Holy shit. I kind of think Mike may be a Mike that was December's and went nowhere with her. Ooh. That makes sense. I do like that take potentially. I fuck with that. That it's like Mike was different after, like when Des left with like her microphone or something. I fuck with that. And then Jongler is just like, I think this is the one that's like least weird overall, but like, this is the one that Noelle just mentioned by name, and that's how we know that these are literally just the Cat Petters minigames. Which again, just ties into like, what the fuck is up with Cat Petters? What is up with this fucking fictional, like, pet sim game? What are they doing over there? How much is that anyway? Like, what rank is that? Yeah, I figured. Okay. And then we get this one, and Cowboy Hat Mike has the highest score. What's wrong with you making people think he's a cowboy? I'll make you pay. I've got connections. I got friends on the inside. Not much to really say there. Very overt reference. I think they're kind of all meant to be just very funny jabs, but not entirely, like, without some truth to them? Question mark? I'm saving this one for last, though, because this one is fucking busted. So what we want to do, there's something we're looking for here, and you're probably, if you know much about this one, you probably know what I'm going to be trying to do, but we want to invert the volume. Okay, God, it's been so long since I've even played this. So we want to chain these fuckers as much as we possibly can. And it takes like a few rounds of doing so, but we are trying to get a lot. I think we were trying to get to like level 50 or something. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Okay. It takes a few attempts because it's very annoying, frankly, trying to get this working, but it's not impossible whatsoever. Fuck. But yeah, you see how busted the score is? Also, yeah, I don't know why the freedom motif is in here. But basically the idea is you're trying to chain the blue cats as much as possible to have a really high combo. And the higher it is, the higher rarity of the cats you'll get. Which is literally just like the... It is the game that Noelle described in like the Rain blog post in the sweepstakes. So that all tracks. But we're trying to get a really high one here, because she mentions getting one that made her lose points, actually. And that's where we're trying to get. Like, one that's more rare than, like, the Super Holy Angel Wings one. Oh shit, yeah, there we go. So, friend can fucking appear. Friend can appear in this minigame. Which, now it should be even more likely. But friend doesn't make you lose points. You actually end up gaining a fuck ton. However, you do end up losing a lot of fuel. As you see here. So with that, okay. So internally, that sprite is known as image_friend, but with an added _W at the end, because that's not the only, like, friend sprite that appears. And it's the more, like, weirdly saturated one that appears in, like, the sweepstakes page as well. Also, yeah, this is why I saved this one for last. Look at that fucking score. This game is busted, dude. But yeah, it makes friend sprite in this game so fucking weird. Because it doesn't only appear in, like, the overworld now, but it also specifically appeared in the Batat minigame, in, like, what is essentially this, like, really severe manipulation of the battle menu. And it's weird because in that sense, that actually is more in line with the all caps files, like in their function, which is to be like user interface items. But not even entirely, because it's like, for the most part, that's saved to like the save menus and logo animations. Why is that appearing in the game, in like the core game? That's what's so weird about it. With that though, we are pretty much done with Castletown. Fucking finally, my god. It's so weird. It's so weird. I don't even know where to begin, genuinely. But like... It like more explicitly ties, Friend for sure to like cat petters. Because it already kind of did in Chapter 3 with the Mantle game, but like that just especially confirms it of like, there is some connection. I cannot, for the life of me, figure out what or why. Also, someone mentioned checking the lake again? Is the books guy there? Oh yeah, you are, huh? Don't wait, especially the don't. Yeah, I don't know what your fucking deal is. And I bet if I go to the fucking library, I still can't fucking read it. You're gonna be still there fucking with me. Yep. Fuck you. Fuck you. I want to read the rest of the books in that room so fucking bad. Get out of there. Holy shit, thank you for the 67 quid from Chris. What the fuck? I need to get back at a certain size-shaped pal for the rest of time. Petting you so kindly on the head, Molly. You're my favorite hashtag backflip streamer. But yeah, I felt like I'd pop in for a sec. Hope the Chapter 4 playthrough has been fun. It has been. I've been taking my time, but we got a lot done. It may not feel like it, but that was a lot to cover there. Ugh. The light world stuff is always so weird because it always feels like I'm doing nothing for hours, even though it's like, no, it's just extremely dense. Need a break? Do I need a break? Honestly, maybe. Let me think about that a little more. It might call for, like, I don't know, a snack break or something in a few, but yeah. There's one more appearance of Friend in this chapter, and I'm gonna go more into, like, what I think Friend's deal is after all that, but, like, do you know about interacting with the shelter than Caddy's house door? Yes, I do. I think something I said in Chapter 3, if you didn't see, is the Friend sprites do appear in Chapter 3, however, the image_friend sprite that is in all caps, there is no all caps image friend sprite in Chapter 3 internally, which is weird to me. But all the friend appearances are not in all caps in Chapter 3. Meanwhile, the few times we do see Friend in Chapter 4 are with the all caps files. And the one we saw was image friend W, and the one we're gonna see later is just image friend, and the sprite is just all blacked out because of the room it's in. Which is what that tells me, because like I'm more curious about like what that means technically than I am about figuring out the identity of the character, because I think that's just gonna reveal itself over time. But the fact that the friend sprites in Chapter 3 aren't in all caps, it kind of suggests to me that I think the purpose of the friend's smile appearing where it does is different. It serves a mechanical purpose But that does not at all inform the identity or name or exact appearance of friend. I thought we were about to be halfway through the Dark World. No! I did all of Castletown and also the Mike stuff. But we are about to do Noelle's house, so things should be picking up soon. But, like, all the file names for friend in Chapter 3, for comparison, they're not with the name friend, and they're not in all caps. In fact, where there would be a name in the file name, it's just blank. It's obfuscated with just underscores. So the name of it is omitted, or, like, I don't know, the files can't parse it or something compared to the program layer or whatever the fuck. So what that suggests to me is either whatever the name of it is only seems to be, like, parsable in the program layer, like the UI, or the function of friend, as in the sprite appearing briefly and then disappearing. It's called that because of the purpose of it appearing in those rooms. It is not called that because that is its name. Yeah, the file name for sprite friend and endogeny friend is, like, basically just SPR underscore, like, unspecified room or whatever, and then underscore name, where there should be a name, underscore eyes or laugh, etc. So where the name of friend is, there's just 2 more underscores. So the name is just omitted. So it's kind of treated more like a friend a function, not the friend a character or entity. It's like, in that sense, it seems to relate more to the all caps files. It's more purely based off of the function of the asset appearing for the player's, like, purposes, I guess. Like, it seems to be more related to like, being apparent to us. $20 from Otter, holy shit. I'm in the device layer and I'm straight up. And by it, let's just say my DELTARUNE. Let me see. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on friend at the moment. I think the sprite in chapters 2 and 4 of it is kind of more meant to represent, like, how to put it, like, the chapter 2 and 4 sprites represent the purpose of the smile appearing. What the fuck was that? My family had some visitors come over today. I don't know, I guess they honked the horn to, like, let them know they were here. But, like, I think it's meant to say more like, the friend sprite appearing is different from, like, what we see in chapter 3. And so, weirdly enough, out of all of the sprites that appear of image friend in all caps, the one that is most, like, close to it is the W sprite, because that appears in a battle. So that appears in a UI, technically. As for the other ones, though, I do think it's more likely now that they're meant to be more, like, program layer in the sense of only we really see them. Because they're both, like, kind of out of the boundaries. As for why that is, I don't know. Maybe it's that entity fucking with us, specifically, which I wouldn't put it past it. Other than that, I don't really know what more to make of friend, although there is, like, one little thing in chapter 4 later on that's pretty interesting. And it kind of ties it to a lot of other, like, characters related to the shelter, potentially. But that's about what I have for friend. The amount that it's appeared, and its relation to cat petters, does feel very much like okay, like, this has to be something at this point. I think it's, if nothing else, it seems to be a general depiction for, like, the more, like, fucked up Darkners we're going to see, at least, but I don't think it's so reductive as to say it's just gonna be fodder for the shelter or something. It did act as that in the Mantle Holder fight, but I don't think that's all we're gonna get out of it. Do I think Friend is... I don't think Friend is unimportant. I think with the amount of Vig posting about it, I think there is something to it, but I'm not, like, hinging on it being a whole fucking thing. I think there's just... I think it's just one of the few things Toby can show in the realm of, like, this is what you're going to see in the end game, or, like, late game. I don't know. It could be the Chapter 5 secret boss. Like, it's one of the only guesses I have for a Chapter 5 secret boss. Have you considered how fucking difficult it has been to figure out what the final secret boss is gonna be? Like, the final Shadow Crystal boss? Like, what? Who could it be? I genuinely have had, like, a really hard time parsing who that might be at this point. Could be Apple Girlington. It could be Apple Girlington, like, honestly. With how, like, fucking Toho it is, I wouldn't be that surprised. But... Friend as a secret boss is so boring. I mean, it's probably because the version of it in your head that you're seeing is boring, then yeah, probably. I don't really particularly care, I just kind of want to see it at this point. I don't have an expectation. I do think it's very intentional that we don't really know much of anything about it. And the fact that we know so little kind of feels like, in my opinion, more of a sign that it is important, because if it wasn't, then, like, I feel like we'd know most of its deal, like, pretty early on. I think it's more likely that we'll learn Friend's deal in the shelter than we will in Chapter 5, personally. Friend feels like a very shelter-specific thing, or whatever the fuck the real roots are going to be, because, like, something I don't know if I mentioned previously, Chapter 2 had, like, the Queen's Basement digital roots, Chapter 3 had bit roots, both of which seem to be, like, depictions of, like, this underground area. And the bit roots theme had, like, a bit of an expansion on what we heard in digital roots' theme. So I think there could be, like, a more real, official roots area later in the game that is, like, a more, like, fleshed out, dungeon-y kind of deal. It's like, if we see Friend, it's either gonna be in, like, whatever that is, or in the shelter. God, the fucking asset switch from, like, hometown to this is so funny to me. Like, we're going from, like, full fucking hometown Deltarune to, like, just, like, this looks like the fucking opening to an RPG Maker horror game. It's awesome. And this is where I mentioned, like, if you had the glass and you used it while Noelle was with you, then he would say that, like, it showed Noelle, like, close to you, whispering or something like that. Okay. Ugh. So before I continue, we'll be going for, like, close to 4 hours now, which seems about apt for all of this stuff. We just did a lot of shit here. So, I'm gonna go take a quick snack break. I'm gonna go get some ice cream or something. What's my water doing? It's doing okay. I could probably refill it though. Like I got like maybe a little under half in here. Got pinged? Okay, I see a sheet. I'll just clear my pings right now. Someone in like a channel in my server pinged me to mention that the friend might be like not its name, but rather the name of like a destination or function. And it kind of relates to like a thought I had actually about it. Not just that I had, but just an interpretation of friend. Let me lower the volume a bit, but like there's an interpretation I've heard about friend that I do really like, which is the idea that friend, like in a program sense, kind of functions more like a daemon. Which, if you don't know what that is, it's basically like the kind of background process on your computer that's meant to be very... It's meant to be a very background, doing a bunch of shit. You're not meant to really notice it. But it's basically like just like a service, as someone mentioned, that is meant to kind of like micromanage a whole bunch of shit and run very in the background. You're not meant to see it, and it's kind of like the equivalent to seeing like a command prompt window pop up for like a split second and then disappear. It's kind of like the program layer equivalent to that, in a way. I like that take on it a lot. I think that could be a potential case of it. I'm not betting on it, but the thing I got pinged about was something similar. A friend function in C++ is a special function called a friend function to access private members of a class, so it's not a member of a class in like that language, but it is allowed to access the private data of it. So there's like a few instances where like it seems related to some programming fuckery, which is very weird and kind of tracks. But I don't know. We have basically like very little to go off of other than this fucking thing seems maybe related to Noelle and Mike stuff, and also has a cat petter's relation for some reason, and also it's probably in the shelter. And that's basically all we know, still. But it's a little better than where we were in Chapter 2, which was people, saying that they thought it was just a Spamton hallucination, which I think we're beyond that point now, I would hope. Okay. So, that's kind of where I am with Friend. That's all I really have to say about it. I think that about covers it, because I don't really have much more to say other than like the other appearance later in the chapter, so I will return. I'm gonna go get some fucking ice cream. Let's go at least enter the house. I will see you all in a moment. I am back with some fucking mint chocolate chip. I wasn't sure if I was gonna get something warm or cold, but I had been thinking about ice cream for a while and I had some left, so I was like, fuck it. What are your thoughts on friend labeling itself that to trick us as a label? Maybe. I could see it being cunning like that. Also, regarding revivements, I mean, if they're like a peppermint, then yeah, I mean, that would be like a peppermint ice cream. I'd fuck that up. Peppermint anything, I'd fuck that up. Just so you know. Peppermint Butler. I miss Adventure Time so much, man. I gotta fucking... I gotta watch Adventure Time again sometime. It's so good. Yeah, I heard they're doing like a movie now for that. That's fucking awesome. I gotta watch Fiona and Cake Season 2 still. Yeah, I guess I still gotta watch that. I'm saving that for when I... you know, maybe soon might be a good time. I think I'm in need of the comfort show. Anything at Adventure Time just brings me great joy. I would live there, personally. If it's a divisive, that's how you know it's good. Even if it ends up not being good, that's how you know it's good. Yeah, that's how you know that Twin Peaks is good. I've mentioned earlier in the stream, but I feel more fear for the thank you ARG that I do chapter 5 right now, because I literally just I can't imagine what the fuck we're gonna get on Tuesday. I genuinely can't imagine. I literally can't fucking fathom. I'm scared. So hi Rep, it's nice seeing you. You will keep us posted about that as best as I can, yes. Are you in that server, the one YouTuber made? I'm not in Gold Pro server. I am aware of it, but I'm kind of just looking at it from like my own little corner elsewhere. I think I do appreciate the efforts they're doing in that server, though, to like try to get as many people as possible. But I'm aware of it. I looked at the spreadsheet that they've been compiling for a while. Very, very nice stuff. Are you the kind of person that goes and builds a castle and farms on your own? Not a castle, but like, you know, maybe like a tree house or cabin, some kind of like that. Am I a guy or girl? Unlabeled. Literally doesn't matter. Like, you could refer to me with anything and it can apply. True, true. I think Molly is from game. I am from game. A game. Not like my partner that's from game, but like, I can be also from game. I can be from many game. Or I can be from show. I could be from show. I can be from media. Is Molly Media's? I didn't mean it in a weird way. No, you're good. I know some people genuinely have a hard time telling with me because I never really try too hard with presenting any one way or the other. I just kind of am. I don't get too picky about my voice during streams, but I still like the Sona design because I like the Sona. I like it, and people that are the target audience seem to like it. So I have no issue there. Why am I always smiling like that? It's starting to scare you? What's wrong with how I smile? I'm literally so happy and eating my ice cream right now. I'm so smiles. I can never do anything wrong. Ever. It's okay. Anyway, I'm gonna return the ice cream now. I don't feel like finishing the whole thing. Sure, I'll give you some. Fuck it. Yes, let me return. Okay, now we're actually back. Hello, hello. I made myself some tea as well, just to have by the side, so I have something nice to drink. Right. I wonder how we're doing. 400, damn. Is it golden flower tea? I wish. Would be tasty. I made I got like a bag of kind of like a decaf chai tea, and I threw some sugar and milk in there. Who do I think is the knight? I think it's Des. I think that's what'll be most interesting, personally. That's what they call it on the fucking package. I know it's literally just chai. So I guess we'll just call it chai. That's what they just- I think that's like just what they call it on the fucking packaging. Blame the packaging, not me. Fucking the other language I speak, because I know tea in Russian also is like just chai. It's like how, fucking... There's like a similar thing they do with Spanish. It's like, over here, they fucking... It's like fucking asking for a cheese quesadilla. It's like, it's in the word. It's in the word. What the fuck do you mean a cheese quesadilla? Oh yeah, the text is still in there. 1 second. Let me remove that, right. Yes, we're now just in Noelle's house. Why did you slice the cheese into hearts? Chris was fucking crazy for this. Molly, would you rather have Dessa's room, Chris and Azra's room, or Noelle's room? Ooh. That is a tough question. Honestly, probably Dessa's room. I like the lower lighting in there. That does well for me. I'll make the volume a little bit higher on here. It's pretty quiet. The fucking jar of pickles. Alright. Oh, it's just my mom's katana. Just a casual katana. Not much to really say for most of these. there's a lot I can say about Carol's character here, but it definitely adds to the whole Carol being an extremely fucking stuck in the past character and really obsessed with preserving the original condition of things as they were like made in the past. Also obsession with heart-shaped objects. Red heart-shaped objects, specifically. Which I'm sure doesn't have implications. Damn it, Chris. Hussey was right. This house needs a giant stone bust of Kevin McAllister. It doesn't feel complete without it. I did see the fucking chat messages from Andrew Hussey, like in like some stream where Hussey was just like, see, this is why it needed like the stone bust. Like if it had that, then it would win Game of the Year like every year, even like in the years that it didn't release. It's so fucking funny to me. Like, it's still going on about that. I like to think that, like, fucking Toby just hasn't heard the end of it ever since hearing about it the first time. And it's just like, God, I can't just... It's out now. I can't do anything about this. No, Hussey wasn't in my chat. There was some chat that, but like, I think like some Deltarune stream that Hussey was in on Twitch. And it's the same one where, he just straight up asked Toby in DMs about Apple Girlington and got an answer, but vowed to not, like, tell anyone. And just said, yeah, Toby thinks the discussion around that is pretty fun. Oh yeah, this is where we get the holiday pencil. Also, the really overt Noelle being the angel for a pageant is fucking crazy. There's not a lot for me to really, like, comment on right away for Noelle's house, weirdly enough. Like, in super great detail until a bit later. I like this interaction's pretty cute. Oh, hell yeah, the skateboard game. Chris ruined my screensaver as Screamer again, didn't they? Excuse me? Yo, the Gur wallpaper. It's a Christmas cactus. You remember? It's named Christmas. Birdly calls it Sinsun. It's a cactus that apparently got poorly renamed at some point. think that's about everything you'd like before exploring on your own as Cress. Thank you, Susie. I forgot she fucking crashes out of it here. I think she should say fuck. Distantly talking to himself? She's gone yandere for me. I'm killing him. I can never forget the yandere line. That fucking killed me when I saw that the first time. Whenever I do decide to stream Chapter 5, it'll probably be like my second or third playthrough. It won't be immediate because I would like to just experience it on my own blind first without like any potential spoilers and such. There isn't really much to do around here before continuing on proper. Also winding down like a tad bit here because I want to rest my voice, and also we talked about a lot just through Castle 10, what there was of hometown things so far. Oh yeah, there is the computer wallpapers, that's true. Why am I only getting like, okay, those two, Jesus. Can you record your playthrough of Chapter 5? Probably not either. I kind of feel like even recording will, make me feel like I have to play things up, and I don't really want to do that for like a first experience with it. But here, I have a lot to fucking say just right out the gate here, because what the fuck. This is the first, like, proper idea of what kind of person Des was, because, like, you know, this person's room is always going to be, like, a good start for what kind of person what kind of, like, person, you know, they were by looking at the room. There's so many, kind of right out the gate, you know, we can tell there's the obsession with horror movies, horror games. She had her own computer. There's a CD player, there's one ska CD. That was probably Asriel's. There's hobbies that she picked up, stuff she used to play. Rollerblades, wiffle bat, that Chris got hit in the fucking head with. I wish I could smoke some of her weed. The walk-in closet, band posters, handmade posters for shows that might not have ever happened. And then, you think Asriel liked Sonic Adventure 2? Ooh. I have to think about the kind of Sonic fan that Asriel would be. I think he'd be, like, either... There's no in-between. Either I think he'd be, like, very reasonable. He's either, like... Oh, God. In my heart of hearts, I want to say he's kind of like Some Call Me Johnny. I feel like he has to be, like, kind of that brand of Sonic fan. Like, if we're talking about, like, post-college Asriel. Before that, I could see it. Yeah, no, he just spent hours in the Chow Garden, probably. Though, I don't know, he kind of strikes me more as, like, a Nintendo kid. Given, like, what we, like, learn of him, like, in his, like, hobbies, but, like, I don't know. Asriel's Sonic fan is, like, in my heart of hearts. This is also very interesting. The burnt lighter is kind of a sort of surprising, but not really, addition to Des's, like, profile. Seems to be, like, very survivalist, like, almost military, stuff. You know, like, you got the rations, like, multi-tool knives, walkie-talkies, binoculars. Like, it's more survivalist than anything. Frayed yarn and buttons. Your brother's retainer. Oh, they were kissing. Goddamn. And, unique leaves. There's a lot. Very interesting profile of Des. This is, like, the most we really have learned of her is through this fucking room, right? So, just to start, like, wow. But, going in, this is all tying back to Nightspiracy shit. The main thing that's, like, very important to keep in mind is look at how, like, just not quite super disorganized, but clearly lived in this looks. It looks still like she had just left the room. And I think it's made to be very clear that, nothing in this room was touched ever since she left. Carol has not had the heart to go in here and tidy up. Because I think in her mind, and as we'll see later, I think Carol is very obsessed with, I think Carol has a very hard time letting go of things and letting their original state be influenced by anything. I think, probably in her mind, tidying up this room would be, in a sense, trying to let go of Des and let go of the disappearance, which she can't allow that. So therefore, by not touching anything in here, there's this hope in her mind that she might come back, and the room will be just as she left it, and things are going to be normal again. It's frozen in time, exactly. But the most interesting thing is the guitar, of course. The guitar that we've been teased with for years. There's a code taped to the inside. So, this is where things are gonna get pretty fucking complicated, and a bit involved with what I think is going on. So far, we have... What are the involved parties? We have Chris and the Knight. They are clearly working together. They're in the shelter. That's the headquarters. That's their headquarters to discuss and act out, like, whatever the fuck the plan is with the fountains and capturing Undyne and possibly Toriel. We have the fun gang, of course, that isn't really in the know about all of this. We have Carol, who, along with Asgore, seem to be trying to investigate and get to the bottom of it. And we have Undyne and Alvin and or Gerson, who all probably had the police and church codes, respectively. Asgore must have had the police code as well. I mentioned with the shelter that if it has 3, like, different, like, entry fields, then that means there has to be 3 people that need to be present for the shelter to even open, ideally. That means Carol alone cannot be capable of opening the shelter. She does not trust herself, in my opinion, enough to open the shelter on her own, for whatever reason. It has to be a group effort. There's no other reason I could think of for why you would have 3 people delegated to opening the shelter. And mind you, that has to mean something, because she usually keeps everything to herself. This also, given the fact that the Knight kidnapped Undyne, who was one of the only people that would know a code to it, and would be more prone to giving it away and chaperoning, at least, it says something that the best way that the Knight figured that Undyne had to be dealt with was just taking her. So, what I think it is like, I think personally that maybe the way it worked, because then maybe, like, if we wanted to really get into it, it's like, well, how does Carol, like, not know the other codes then? And it's like, well, it's kind of like how like with a safe or something, maybe you have one person memorize 2 of the digits and another person memorize the other 2. It's all memorized. So Carol memorized hers, Asgore memorized his, Gerson or Alvin memorized his. And Undyne probably learned it from Asgore. All of this to say, I don't see any reason why the fuck Carol would have a code to the shelter taped inside the guitar of her missing daughter inside of a room that, fucking... fucking... I don't see any reason why there would be a code to the shelter inside a guitar in a room that Carol does not even want to touch. Because Des is gone. I think Des must have learned one of them somehow. But, like, all of this to say, I don't think Carol knew that this code was in this guitar. That's my point I'm trying to make here. I don't think Chris even necessarily knew, or if they did, they might have just been surprised that it was still in there. What the fuck did Andrew just send me? What the fuck is this? Sorry, I'll get to that in a moment. I'll get to that. I'm locked in right now. I need to fucking talk about the Noel holiday house. So far, what I think it is. Shelter is meant to be opened by 3 people. The Knight knows all 3 of the codes. Des knows all 3 of the codes. I don't think Carol knew that there was a code in the guitar, because she would not have touched fucking anything in this room in the first place because Des is gone, and touching anything would disturb the original, undisturbed state of the room, which would go against her whole thing of preserving everything as it exactly was, and everything to be normal and working like clockwork. This is Des's doing. Des must have hidden the code in the guitar for her own memorization, maybe for hours, maybe for Chris. I don't think Chris necessarily knew, though. I personally don't really think so. Or if they did, they must have been prepared for what was going to happen next. Because we try to grab it, and then we read it, and because it didn't finish the narration, Chris takes out the soul, because now we technically, mechanically, don't know what was in there. We don't know what the code is. So we don't have the means to enter it ourselves, which they don't want. They've demonstrated in Chapter 3 that they do not want us having a means to get into the shelter ourselves. But this sequence is fucking crazy. Carol looks inside the guitar after taking it from Susie. Probably because she was on the phone with Chris, who just told her, hey, there's a code in there. What the fuck? Can you get the fuck over here? Like, what am I supposed to do about that? So maybe Chris knew, but because it would be too much to tell us, they're kind of in this position where they need to keep us from knowing too much. So Chris might have known, potentially, maybe, but we didn't. All I have to say, though, we're thrown in here, and this is not entirely what I was expecting the sequence to go. I wasn't expecting to just straight up be controlling the soul in the fucking vents, but that's awesome. So mechanically, this is fucked. I didn't even... It kind of makes sense because of, like, the way it kind of moves in the cage in Chapter 1. But this was just weird. Like, I wasn't expecting this at all. But it's very surreal because of, the way that we kind of are meant to feel very, like, how to put it? Like something about this part to keep in mind. You screamed a moment through the glass at the soul. Oh yeah, because it jump scared the fuck out of me. Probably. But something to keep in mind with this part is everything we're seeing and are about to see is in this very, like, you know, world going on regardless of our presence. And so we're definitely, like, missing context for all of it because we're not controlling Chris or anyone in specific. And so everything we're going to hear is kind of intended to be for a state where we are purely spectating and observing. I really like the way that our, like, field of vision is also, like, you know, only so wide because we're just kind of stuck within these vents. But this part, okay, this part. So talking with somebody that is mentioning doing a dark fountain next. Specifying Susie cannot get the guitar. You need the soul. This is regarding the first message. Without the soul, Chris will... something, something. Basically, you need the soul. Chris needs the soul to seal the fountain and the Titan. Susie guitar code. Police sacrifice next week. They are killing Undyne in there. Church tonight. Basically, you know, Chris in the Dark World, if you don't have the soul, you can't seal it. Can't deal with the Titan. And then nothing. Okay. So... what the fuck? Right? Chris can't enter the Dark World with the soul in the Japanese translation, huh? So, first thing I can say, mechanically, about how that phone conversation works. Even in battles, and granted, this is not a super useful thing to figure out who's speaking, but mechanically, the way the game writes text into the actual game, I think there are two distinct voices, red and regular. I actually, yeah, paying attention to the color coding, I do kind of see that. But, the way that this game writes text, even in, like, the battles, like, before attacks, there almost always has been... it's almost always used the typer value system to dictate how the text is going to be formatted and written. Looking into this internally, basically every instance of this, like, black text box, the white text, the weird noise, the text is written not into a specific script. It is written directly into the phone object in the respective rooms. Which, to me, means that internally, the game is trying so hard to obfuscate who is the one on the phone that it's even keeping data mining that answer extremely difficult, if not impossible. So to get out of the way who I think is the one on the phone, I think the answer I can give, personally, my opinion, is the game clearly is presenting the conversations in such a way that I think you're meant to believe that it's Carol. And it's probably Carol. However, because of the way it's designed to be almost hostile to any Prime, because we're not possessing Chris, we're not supposed to know much of anything. We are missing context on purpose. This feels like one of those things we're just kind of meant to take it as it is. I think for the sake of sanity, let's just say it's Carol for now, because if we're wrong, then we're wrong. And that's just the way the story presented itself to kind of fuck with us. Okay, whatever. But I will say the way that it's designed feels extremely, hostile to any means of learning more about it. We're just not supposed to know. Like, this is on some Petscop level, like, we literally are... this is not for us. And so because of that, we're just gonna have to take what we get out of it, which is it's someone. As for the actual conversation, I mean, I don't know. I am very torn on who the identity is, or even if there's more than one speaker, because the third person usage is very weird. But the conversation seems to basically boil down to, here's the plan for the next Dark World. Chris, you're going to need your soul because, you needed to seal it and the Titan. Don't forget to get the soul. Also, keep Susie away from that guitar. Which, regardless of, whether Chris knew about it or not beforehand, there's definitely, something to be said about, ugh. I think there's definitely something to be said about the fact that, again, I don't think Carol knew. If the speaker is Carol, I don't think Carol knew about the code in the guitar, so I think that struck her as more of a surprise of, oh, fuck. Make sure she doesn't get her hands on that. That's one of the codes. Susie especially can't now. Couldn't they just use the generic typer value to keep it ambiguous? Well, that's the thing. They don't. That's my point, is they don't. They could have. They easily fucking could have. But the fact that it's written into the object is kind of fucking crazy to me. That, I don't think the game does that often from what I've seen. The lines themselves, they're written with, specific variables that, then they display the text according to those variables in the phone object. The game doesn't write text like that. That's not really a thing it does. Yeah, and then there's, the weird noise coming from it, which, I think we're just meant to not really know. But for the sake of the way that it's presented the events and the order it has, it's well, I guess it wants me to think it's Carol, so it's probably just Carol. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Fuck, I don't know. Because there's still the matter of, well, Carol's voice is clearly audible at the end of Chapter 4 Weird Roots, so what does that make of it? And there's also just the matter of, if Carol is, the one calling them and is also the one orchestrating everything regarding this, is that in character for her? Does she want to risk the roaring in order to make all this happen? And if so, for somebody that is so obsessed with preserving the current state of things, is an event that involves basically throwing everything into flux and destroying everything, including her own self, is that not antithetical in a way to what she probably, would rather preserve? I don't know. And again, if she doesn't even trust herself to open the shelter on her own, why would she have all the shelter codes then? And why would she, be the one in there? I don't know. It's one of those things that's I just want to see in Chapter 5 what to make of it, because I think we're just not meant to really have a conclusive answer beyond just, I don't know, maybe Carol. And then here we have Asgore. Is she pro status quo? I mean, she fucking bronzed like paper snowflakes that Noelle and Chris made as kids. I think she's a little bit afraid of change. Like a little bit. She's a little bit conservative. But yeah, then we just see Asgore has just been working with Carol and probably both conspiring to figure out what the fuck is going on with Dessa's disappearance, potentially. Which I've mentioned what I think Asgore's role in this is, which is probably knowing a lot more than he lets on. But, fucking... I think he isn't fully in the know of, like, what Carol's thinking. However, I'm not so sure, because the thing is, he has access to her corkboard. And talking to a plant. This kind of strikes me as him sort of reviewing everything that's on the corkboard, but also the black katana that we see. But it's definitely giving very, like, you know, like, I know what happened, but nobody believes me, and I have to prove it. Thank you for the 5 from Dreaming of Katath. And JP Asgore is searching for something the verb used implies looking for something lost or hidden. I see. I see. And then this fucking line here. This black shard. Which, in all likelihood, I mean, if Asgore isn't in the room, we, which I think it should be not too difficult to do, like, if I, like, literally just go back here. We see there's a little bit of a black katana. And, if you open up this room in like, a room editor, and get rid of, like, this fucking, you know, like, field of vision, like, limit here, it absolutely is a black katana. So it's very likely to me that, like, he's referring to that, because it's like he's literally standing in front of it. Which, I mean, given how powerful the black shard that we have, from the knight is, what the fuck? Why do you have that? How did you get that? I think overall that's the most I have to say for, like, the phone caller stuff. It's very weird. I think it's likely that it's Carol, but also, like... It's one of those things that's just, like, I almost don't want to have any comment because it's so fucking, like, weirdly presented that I feel like if it was trying to give a straight answer, it would make it easier to actually narrow that down. But, like, it feels so conflicting in so many regards, like, who it's supposed to be. I don't know if it's just me, but it's like, I could see there being a chance of being multiple callers. It's just like, the thought of a roaring group chat just has always sounded like, to be completely honest, just really silly to me. I find it funny, but I don't really know how much I'd, like, take it seriously. For some reason, like, it's, I don't know. It's rare I kind of have that complaint with something. Um, but something feels more fitting about it being a one-on-one interaction rather than some fucking conference call between, like, Chris and Des and Des's mom? Because you have to consider, too, why the fuck would Des and Carol be in cahoots? It feels silly, so I won't take it seriously. That's a nice reduction of what I just said. In my opinion, I said, like, to me it feels silly in the sense of, like, I think it's possible, but I don't know, it doesn't entice me for whatever reason. That's literally it. It's just my taste of it. Like, I think, I think it's more likely that Carol thinks she's speaking with the soul. It's like, mind you, especially through, like, at least my opinion that I think Des is the knight. Why would... Like, that's kind of what gets me. I feel like it's more likely that Carol and Asgore are working together because they're in a similar boat of, like, both wanting to find the truth about Des's disappearance and Asgore being sort of a witness to it. And Carol's only keeping Asgore around because Asgore is the fucking one lead that she has to actually understanding what might have happened. Which, regrettably. Because they both share that thing in common of, like, because of this incident, now the families are apart and things just feel off. They can't go back to how things once were, so they share that in common, that, like, obsession with wanting to return things to normal, to when things were happier. It's the refusal to let go. That makes sense why they would work together then. But Des is very opposite to this. Des is a very brash, a very strongly for, like, radical change. Like, she strikes me as almost more accelerationist. And maybe part of the reason that she wants to enact the prophecy and act so adamantly for it is because she has her own personal means to, like, you know, fast-track this as much as possible. And also, even with Carol having the black katana, it's like, well, the knight's just made of that shit. In my mind, it's like, I think it's more likely that Chris is working with the knight, but also with Carol, because Chris is one of the only other witnesses to what happened to Des. It's exactly like Queen who didn't know what the roaring entailed. I see, so you think more so like maybe Carol has her own motivations, but isn't aware that it's gonna end the world? I could see that. Maybe. Like misguided, you know, trying to accelerate it. Because in her mind she thinks it's going to bring things back to normal because it has that structure to it. But it's just the logistics of, like, how would she wrangle the knight into working for her? The knight is powerful enough to break the fucking user interface of basically a god interfering with, like, Deltarune's world. And somehow Carol has a hold of it enough to be able to tell it what to do. That's my main critique. It's just like, I don't really know about that. I think the knight is acting more independently of that. Carol wants something from Chris. That's true. I do think it's definitely notable that Carol is aware of the soul, as we'll see later. Um, but like that's like my main critique of it is like I think it probably has to be just one other person on the phone because it involves that promise. And at the end of the day, I think it's more likely, personally, that if there was a promise made, it has to be between Chris and Des, because it's like, well, of course Chris would uphold something with Des if they had the dynamic that, like, you know, so far has been teased of them possibly looking up to her quite a bit. I don't think they would be so trusting of Carol to uphold something like that. Especially because because Carol is more weird route coded than prophecy coded to me. And we know how Chris feels about the weird route. They don't like it or anything to do with it. The weird route benefits Carol. You think Carol would let Noelle get hurt? For all I fucking know, Carol's the reason that Chris and Noelle were forced into the Ferris wheel that one time. Because Noelle says it was forced. I think Carol has a skewed idea of what Noelle's best interests are. This part is fucking fascinating. I love this part. This is, I believe, 7.4 in the files, which is, a so far unused song in the game. Which, we could hear this in, like, any of the future chapters. But, I still want to believe that the name is a reference to the song 74 that Toby and Itokihana worked on, but alas. I mean, it can be if you want it to be. Itokihana is in the OST. Who knows? Maybe Itokihana is like maybe her vocals are on like the official version of 7.4. Maybe. I'd like to think that 7.4 probably is like Chris's like theme or something. It's like still, the thing to keep in mind with what I think of the caller, I think the game wants you to think it's more like Carol, and it may very well be Carol. But like, I'm looking at this from like the Pets Cop angle here. Everything feels presented a certain way, but I have been trained to look at the way things are presented and not just question how they're presented, but question who and what put it in this order. And should I question how it was put this way, because maybe the way it was put is meant to like, you know, fuck with the player a bit. Because we saw things that we were not supposed to. We saw things that were not for us. Like, I don't know, I might be crazy, I probably am. But this feels profoundly like we only think this way about it because we saw it lacking the context. Do you think this is one of my? I think this is my favorite one of the Chris piano audios. It's so fucking good. I think this is just like the middle part from the TV World theme. I think it's called Waiting Room in the files. Which, like, it is very Steven Universe. That's probably why I like it. Do you think the Fun Gang knows about Rules' theme? I mean, from what we see in Chapter 4, when we, like, have Chris play the bigger piano, it seems like the party members do hear the music. But Rousey seems to be most attentive to, like, what the songs are called? I mean, he even trips himself up in Chapter 3 in, like, an unused quiz question that's, like, about, like, the Scarlet Forest theme, and he's like, wait, like, wasn't it called Scarlet Forest even though the correct answer was Black Forest? I think they can all hear it, Rousey just recognizes it better. Chris may very well have made some of it. Oh yeah, Susie knows it because Rousey was humming it too, that's true. Yeah, no, there's some interesting, like, Rousey-isms in Chapter 4, as I call them. One of them is the music for sure. Oh yeah, this was Shop 3. We got, like, the official version of this. Oh god, I'm still losing it over the fact that, this is the only song that Toby felt wasn't a spoiler. The fuck are you talking about, man? When I say Rousey-ism, I mean, like, the moments where Rousey is clearly just so shamelessly, like, aware of meta shit. And says things in a way that is so tutorial-coded that is, like, okay, I can tell you see my fucking, like, face through your fucking glasses, okay? Back up, man. I think this is Final Prophecy? Which is scary. Yeah, Last Prophecy. I'll get to the Final Prophecy when I get to it on stream, because I have thoughts about that. It's very affirming, hearing Chris just actually get to play the piano after probably struggling to indulge in any of their own interests or hobbies because of the soul for who knows how long. Just, like, having a bit of a moment to actually, like, let that out. What's my favorite song from the OST? I think for sheer just, like, cozy, either Paradise Paradise or TV World. In terms of its ability to make me, like, choke up a bit, Never Ending Night. Never Ending Night fucking sounds like waking up as the sun is about to rise. I feel like a fucking... I feel like a fucking Fruitiger Arrow gif listening to it. I think that's about everything exploring Noelle's house with the soul. So now we can just go all the way over here. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. So we hear Smiled at OGG down here, which is, I think that adds a lot of credence to whatever the fuck is going on with the shelter. It's it's not exclusive to it. It seems to be a general being underground. There's something weird literally going on under the earth of Hometown, and that could just be a thing of, like, you know, being underground generally is going to like, you know, how to put it, like, being underground generally is, like, going to make you much more likely to see just darkness naturally, because the light literally is not making it there. But I think what it probably is, like, if we wanted to think more realistically, I suppose, maybe it could be that since this is more underground, maybe, like, you know, if Hometown has, like, a sewer system that will access, then are we hearing roots? Is this, like, something from, like, whatever the actual roots area will be, and not just, like, the emulations of it we've seen in, like, the Dark Worlds previously? I do like the... I do like the toilet theory video that Cammy made a while ago. I do fuck with it a lot. More so because of, like, the manhole imagery. Because I think that would be really interesting to have a light world equivalent to that. Because we've seen that in Cyberworld and we've seen that in Mantle. Noelle and Susie are so nice. They're so silly. I will do Boombox first, don't worry. I'm glad the tea actually woke me up a little bit more. I was starting to feel myself kind of crash earlier, like a little bit, but I think the warm beverage helped. It's really funny how many people, it's really fun when I show something in here and there's plenty of people in the stream going, "What the fuck? I didn't know you could do that." I'm like, really? I thought that was pretty obvious. I didn't know you could do that. Squig, how did you not know about that? That's like how you get a whole bunch of the dialogue. You know, good point. How do they have a diegetic CD of that? I didn't consider that of Lost Girl. There's this guy who gets really mad about playing games. Maybe Des wrote it. That actually would be interesting. Why didn't Noelle say it like that? Well, I think maybe it's okay if you haven't seen The Angry Video Game Nerd. And then the power can go out. And then fucking... The most on-the-nose fucking Angel being the player imagery ever, by the way. Like, what the fuck, man? What's wrong with you? Isn't it nice to watch AVGN like this is what I thought? Oh yeah, and also again, kind of like talking about the fictional media here, and you can see more of the parallels to Deltarune itself here. Yeah, the evil route that Susie did the first time on accident. Why the hell is everyone mad? I don't have too much common here, because overall this is just like a really nice sequence, but, also just really fun scene overall, given the soul. Oh yeah, if you press the keys here, you can, like, try just, like, struggling. It's funny. I think there's, like, also more reason why I think Des being the knight is so much more interesting. There is very clearly a theme I notice within Susie, now that we know, like, a little bit more about Des, where I think the main thing tying Noelle and Chris's fondness of Susie together, I think the main thing really is just that ever since Des disappeared, there's very clearly, like, a missing space in both of their lives for somebody that they can look up to as being, like, an outspoken, rude girl that ultimately means well, but just doesn't take any shit from anyone. And that's something that I think both of them aspire to a lot and look up to a lot. And Susie is kind of, like, the closest they have to fulfilling that since Des went missing. And the reason I think that makes it so interesting if Des is the knight is that this is a situation where in Susie growing to be more of a person and opening up more, it's like as people are saying, it's a complete foil to Des and the knight situation, where I think her approach is to, like, put up her walls so much and detach herself from any bond to her own world so fucking much that it's like, if there was a reason for her to be doing all of this as the knight, it's probably hard to even remember what that reason was. Everything is just blurring together. It's just pure doing it to do it. If Des Knight, who do you think is stuck in the code? It could be also Des. It could be Des when she, like, initially became lost. The unused code does not have to follow the passage of time the way that the game itself does. It's unused. It's not part of the official game. It's at least not supposed to be. So if it's not part of the game, then it's not following that passage of time. It's like, I think this is corroborated with Susie especially because Noelle literally says, huh, like, it feels like I already know you. That is true, yeah, this is the only time Susie actually talks to us. Which is really fucking funny. I hope Susie gets to learn about the soul proper. I think she will. But I want it to, like, actually happen so bad. It's been an hour and you're still at this goddamn house? Yeah. It's a long sequence of the game. I don't know what to tell you. Started watching the stream and was relieved to see that after 5 hours we weren't even that deep in the chapter. Yeah. I would kind of separate this chapter into like 3 parts. The first third of it is all of this light world shit. The second third is like the whole like first sanctuary, and then the last third is like the second and third sanctuaries to me. And even then, I wouldn't say that's super accurate. I almost consider this the first half of the chapter, because even the first sanctuary is like... If you know where everything is, it's not too bad. And it's a lot more gameplay than it is just purely narrative shit. Then we'll talk about Rousey here. Alright, there we go. And then the direct comparison to Asriel. I forgot about the multiple, like, almost fumbles that Susie has here. I was just like, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Actually, no, I don't. Oh, this is interesting. Chris acted not like their normal self. They acted just like they do recently, I guess. As in, since the player got more involved. Chris seems normal recently. Almost like a game. Like it's so fucking direct. The way that Noel describes it. It's so funny. I'm a little far from the mic. But yeah, this is so fucking weird. It's really interesting actually getting, like, without Chris being directly involved, other characters as, like, perspectives on Chris, because it really adds some more context to just, like, why their behavior recently has been so weird to Noel, because it's, specifically the description of, like, them being on speaker is so fucked up. It's like hard to almost imagine even what that has to be like. What enemies? You're also invited? Am I that bad? Who's the third one? $2 from Sleepy Creature. Thank you. Funny yellow cover text. Yay. Damn it, you know. Oh, this part too. This photo of you and Chris on the wall. That is so interesting. Because I mean, I don't think Noelle's lying saying that. I think she just isn't giving the whole deal. But it being forced is such an interesting description. There's also the question of who took the picture then. She might be trying to dampen her friendship with Chris for whatever reason. That could be part of it too. Suddenly, out of nowhere, they shook the whole thing. And I screamed, and then they turned to me and smiled. Okay, this is how I know this event was definitely missing context. Because every time that she says she doesn't remember, or what have you, that usually means there's something that, like, is kind of repressed about the memory. It's the same fucking thing as, like, her saying, oh, we remember exploring the forest behind the graveyard, we didn't find anything interesting there. The nothing interesting in question. A picture of the shelter. Who took the picture of the Ferris wheel? Why was it forced? Why did Chris shake it? Why do they smile? And also, by the way, regarding the thank you stuff, if people are wondering, like, what I put in for, like, the last round where it was asking where it would take place, I put in on the Ferris wheel, which is the same one that they smile on, that Chris smiles on. I didn't actually connect those dots until now. But, what the fuck? So that is so interesting, and that's why I'm putting so much stock into it, because what answer did I give for the first question for the amount? I think I put in like 11 days or something? Either 11 days or 11 years. Aren't you afraid you'll get, if you think it, like everyone else, you won't get through here, like with 11? Maybe? I think the main reason that people got culled for that one, though, isn't because of the number itself, it's because there wasn't a unit of time given. And it was very clearly the kind of answer given, not because they were trying to actually answer the question. They were just putting in something that felt correct for the sake of it. Just pure pattern recognition rather than really trying to connect dots is what I mean, like, more reasonably. I mean, if I'm wrong, but, like, 11 was wrong the previous time because, like, there was no unit. I put in 11 days in the amount of time, like, back in December, and that put me forward. So I don't think it's calling people for the hell of it. I think it was just being picky about, like, hey, answer the question. That one was exclusive for answers with 11? I put in 11 something. I put in 11 in a unit of time, and I got, like, the move forward email. Yeah. Are they being saved as VODs? Check the live tab on my channel. The VODs are there. Reasoning for putting 11 days or years? It's the best I had to work with. Also, the Forgotten Man mentioned it, so it seemed apt enough to me. But yeah, no, something definitely happened on the Ferris wheel that Noelle doesn't remember. Either on the Ferris wheel or, like, around that time. Because what the fuck do you mean it was forced? Also, who took the picture? Was the picture on the Ferris wheel, or was it, like, outside? It had to be on it, right? Then who else was on the cart? And there goes the guitar. And then here we go again with the fucking phone call. Calling either Carol or the knight or whatever. Probably Carol. Especially with that wording. I'll be right there, and then Carol appears right after. And also, yes, all recent contacts has been deleted. Also, we have 18 out of 20 health after all of that. Yeah, so that entire sequence of events, we take 2 points of damage, roughly, from it. It's like 2 or 3, depending on some factors. Oh, yeah. I have to verify this again by, like, actually going into the castle town, but I think a fun thing about the HP between light and dark worlds. the HP value between worlds, if you want to verify what you feel is the same regardless of the layer you're on, I think there's a connection, if I recall, between the HP in both worlds. If, say, you have like 18 out of 20 in this world, I think in the dark world that would be like 180 out of 200. So the value kind of transfers. Your health doesn't reset. Even though there's nothing that you particularly like can do to heal the health in the light world. I do believe the health is like persistent between worlds. I have to double check it, but I'll check again like after this probably to be sure. I did check the phone, yeah. Asgore appearing here is also just so fucking weird. Everything about how Asgore just acts in this part with the holiday home is so like I don't know. This fucking intro to her is insane. The fact that this is Carol's theme, by the way, in the fucking background here is like... What the fuck? Like, something about Toby's characters, I think I said this in, like, the script I had wrote for Chapter 4. I think Carol stands out so much because Toby is very good at humanizing all the characters he writes. And what I mean by that is, even with the more genuinely kind of nefarious antagonists that he writes, there is eventually a point where that character will kind of warm up and have a bit more, like, whimsy, as I say. Like, I think Toby's very good at writing whimsy into even more lacking in whimsy sorts of characters. I don't think Carol is inhuman or evil necessarily. I think it's just that Carol is by far the most serious character I've seen Toby write. Like, this is easily, like, yeah, of course, you sell the, like, the overworked, morally bankrupt, kind of, like, stuck in your own past mayor, politician sort. Like, I think we're going to see more depth to her, but I think Carol is the character I've seen take herself the most seriously out of anything that Toby's written. Everything she says is extremely brief. Everything that she does is just, like, it's so, like, it gets right to the fucking point. And that's not something that Toby usually writes. And I think that's what makes her stand out so much, is very clearly, like, the antagonistic force of at least, like, the light world stuff and the drama going on between the families here. I love that Asgore's just looking like side to side, like, just like, what do I do? And then the fucking punchline of all of this is we're about to leave. We get this bombshell. So, one second. So, yeah, no, she probably knows about the soul. Probably. I don't know for what other reason this fucking... I don't know, like, for what other reason this could possibly be highlighted in red like this. Which raises some interesting questions, and especially, implicates her a lot in her involvement in, like, the conspiracy and the plan with the knight, potentially. At the very least, she has to have done her homework pretty fucking well with how souls work in this game, because the thing is, we don't know what the extent to the Light Nurse's, like, knowledge of souls is. We only got, like, a small glimpse of it because that motherfucker in the library is still blocking the books, but, like, It's like she has to be at least vaguely aware of the soul being a separate entity from Chris. So like, yeah, I don't even know what to make of that. It's fucked. It's so fucked. There is so much to get out of this entire sequence of the game. Um, I do think that she looks fondly to like the player or soul at least. But honestly, I do think she kind of sees Chris as more so useful. This is also just so weird of him because it's like he's kind of involving himself in this, which also sort of it's implicating him. It sort of feels like he's trying to distract from it. It's like we know that he knows much more than he's letting on here because of what he's up to. Yeah, it's like specifically after she mentions the code, which Asgore doesn't even acknowledge or anything. Yeah, no, it's like immediately there's a distraction. It will all be worth it. Ugh. think overall, hometown is mostly the same. Yeah, no, so that was finally the fucking Holiday Manor segment of this chapter, which effectively concludes the Light World stuff in this chapter for the most part. There's, like, only really a few things here. Oh shit, speaking of, if you interact with a diner, the man is in the back of the diner, and he holds up some food and taps it. Inquire about what's going on. So good. Oh my god. Oh yeah, the desks do have that new dialogue. It's like slightly different. And here's the blue bunny. And we know that Toriel and Sans are actually in here now. Yeah, the blue bunny is meant to be like the one like texting as Pizzarina. With Bratty basically like telling the blue bunny like what to text. The milk is getting diluted. Ugh. So, okay. Ugh. Just wanted to let you know my theory should be coming out tomorrow or Sunday. Hell yeah. It must have taken a while to get through the Holiday Manor. I did pretty much all the Light World shit in this stream. So I did the church stuff. I talked about everything in Hometown itself. I did Castletown and the Mike stuff. Oh my god. Gotta interrupt there real quick. Is that it for stream 1? Honestly, it probably might be. Because I would like to be a little bit more refreshed for really tackling the prophecy shit proper. Which is unfortunate, but we've still got a good bit before, like, Chapter 5 is out, all things considered. I felt like I was gonna go for longer, but also I got up very early today. How do you feel about triple truces? I like triple truces. I think it makes sense. I think it's weirdly likely in my mind. And I think it makes sense for Chris to kind of get themselves wrapped up in all of that at once. But, like, overall takeaways from Holiday Manor, like, in the normal route at least, because Weird Route is a whole other fucking story. Are you going to do Chapter 4 Weird Route? Yes. I would still like to. It's just going to be not on Sunday then. Sunday's going to be finishing Chapter 4, hopefully. It should be, because the thing is, the most time-consuming part of Chapter 4 from here is, like, the first Sanctuary, because that's, like, the most open part of it. But, like, once that's done, Sanctuary 2 and 3 are pretty straightforward. Like, Sanctuary 2 is weirdly linear, if to what I recall. Sanctuary 3 is a little bit more open, but not by too much. There's a lot of yapping for sure that's coming up, especially regarding Gerson and that plotline, and of course the egg. But this was just all of the light world shit to tackle in between, like, both of the newer chapters. Can you talk about Aborted Snowgrave? At the moment, it still has potential. However, we'll see, frankly. I'm not betting on it right now. I'm literally waiting for Chapter 5 to come out to see if that is something I even need to do. But I have a save ready to go to start that if I have to. Also, like, I've been getting interrupted a bit more than usual this past, like, tonight. It's a little bit annoying anyway, and you can tell my energy reserves are kind of, like, dropping for putting up with that. So, I feel like this is a good cutoff point anyway. There isn't much to really explore of Hometown while reigning, if anything. I think on Sunday I could probably finish it, and if not, just get really, really, really close. The parallel Susie has to Undyne. Oh yeah, no, I noticed. It makes sense. The two have a lot in common. Outside of, Undyne being a cop. The, like, you know, very similar-ish personalities that would be very similarly, like, you know, adaptable to, like, having a mentor character to go with. I think the main takeaways from Holiday Manor that I can say... God, we went over, like... Because I think I gave, like, a good enough take on how I see the Mike stuff in Friend. There isn't too much to even say because it still feels very ambiguous, but... Basically, Friend, I'm just waiting until the shelter to really see what's going on, because that's clearly what it's waiting for. Mike is kind of similar if it's going to result in anything. Holiday Manor things... The soul being controllable outside of Chris, and Chris also being able to function more extensively without it is really interesting to see. Seeing the dynamic much more at balance, and seeing just how much control they really do have over that is very satisfying. Chris isn't as much at our whims as maybe we would like to think that they are by default. But yeah, like, they do need us for the fountains. But it's surprising seeing just by how much they're able to kind of not need us. Enough that they can make whole fucking phone calls and play the piano. Asgore and Carol, I think, are clearly working together for a similar goal. Asgore might be a little bit out of the loop intentionally, but not by much. They seem to be in possession of, like, some black shard of their own in the form of the katana. Or maybe something of Asgore's, even. I think they're both trying to figure out the truth behind the dust disappearance and aren't as in the know about what's going on with the knight and the shelter. Because I don't really think it makes sense for Carol to have an easy into the shelter or to the knight. I think Carol's a very powerful person, but she strikes me as much more a tactician and somebody to kind of, like, you know, look at things from afar rather than really, like, involve herself directly with things. She's a politician at the end of the day. Not really like a... Well, I don't know. To be fair, we don't know her potential. We've only seen her for, like, one scene. I could be dead wrong. But I think the knight is still clearly the most powerful character we've seen. I don't see the knight answering to anybody, frankly. Or anything other than the prophecy. But I think it kind of honestly makes it so Chris is in a very complicated, like, triple Truces-esque situation of wanting to help Susie, but also having a promise with the knight, but also clearly having something useful for Carol that makes it so they, you know, are worth having around still, even if, like, you know, not really as involved in Noelle's life as they used to be. And it could be related to the whole thing with, like, Noelle and Chris's relationship in the past being, like, forced, as Noelle put it. I think the holiday manor, it's hard to really say anything super conclusive, because I think if anything, it sets up just how much we are seeing, or rather, how much we are not seeing. And the only reason that we got to see any of it is because we're not controlling Chris for once in that entire moment. It's just the slightest peek into what we are unaware of and not privy to. And there's so much you could glean from it. But, like, I don't think it's... I think that this is only the start of exactly that kind of, like, pulling back of the curtain. Frankly. I think Chapter 3 kind of was this flashbang of, like, what the fuck? But 4 and 5 are gonna be really good digging into, like, oh shit, this is how much I am not seeing and I'm not aware of as the player. That's fucked up. I think the knight very much just kind of has us at its whims, because it is basically, like, enforcing linearity. However, Carol seems very interested in the player because of its potential to force certain outcomes to happen. I think the knight's more interested in the soul in terms of keeping it in line to make its thing happen. Carol is more interested in bringing out the potential to change, to like, restore things to a certain state. I think Carol and the knight both see potential in the soul and recognize it, but they're bringing it out in different ways. One wants to change things, the other wants to restore, go back to something. I want to see the soul in Carol and how she talked to us. Yeah, no, I'm so genuinely curious. I wonder if, like, fucking, if the soul would, like, even need to be, like, possessing Chris or not. Like, would it even matter, or would Carol just continue to talk through Chris one-on-one to us? But yeah. Ugh. I wish I had more energy, but, like, goddamn, I really want to be sure I actually can say everything more coherently. I also don't want to, like, wear my voice too much. But, like, yeah, no. I think so far, that covered a lot, is the thing. Like, it feels like not much, but keep in mind, fucking, I consider this to be basically half of the chapter. Because the Dark Worlds in this chapter are generally, like, they could be much more, like, the other ones were much more extensive, but, like, the Dark Sanctuaries are, like, overall, like, after the first one, it's pretty brief. The first one's, like, the most open one out of them. It is pretty fucked up. I have so much to say about it still, but, like, I think I got a lot of the most esoteric parts of it out of the way at this point. Yeah, no, it's fucked. I'm glad they added save points. This would be fucking borderline insufferable without them. Like, you have the Castletown save point, I guess? But not everyone is really gonna remember that, frankly. Like, people like me would, but not everyone really. Yeah. So with that, I think that's a good stopping point. The plan right now is, I'm going to continue this on Sunday, probably around the same time at this point. Sunday, I hope to finish it. Monday, I hope to do Chapter 4 Weird Route. If not Monday, definitely Tuesday, and I'm gonna fucking gun it. Worst case, I might just not be able to stream the deep dive of that, unfortunately, but, like, we'll see. I had a pretty, like, eventful week or so, even trying to, like, get all this stuff done for, like, other reasons. But I've been having a lot of fun doing these streams, genuinely. I'm very glad that I've been able to show so much of my thoughts already. Something you'll notice about the rest of Chapter 4, I'm gonna be talking about, like, increasingly bigger and bigger scale shit, because in a way, I think Chapter 4, so far, I can say, I think Chapter 4 is in and of itself about Deltarune. And what I mean by that is, it's very hard for me to encompass in concise terms what Chapter 4's, like, focus is. I think it's kind of about a bit of everything, and that's why it's so fucking big. It's literally called Prophecy, which, like, Deltarune just is that. And, it's so extensive in this chapter because it's basically taking this large-scale thing and trying to condense it into something a little bit more digestible and smaller scope. I'm glad that y'all have been enjoying these. I hope to finish it on fucking Sunday. If nothing else, I'll probably just, like, really see if I can shorten my explanation of things, but, like, at the end of the day, it's okay. I'm just having fun with these, and I'm glad I have to be more present in general. And I hope what I've had to say about everything has also sufficed. I hope it's been actually, like, interesting and not just kind of saying the same shit everyone else has been, because I feel like I've been really, like stewing on all of this for a while, and I do think there's some interesting stuff out there to say about it. So, much to think about. Ugh. But yes, that was the first one. Second one should be on Sunday. Interesting. I will see you all soon. Thank you all for joining. Thank you all for hopping in for the stream. I'm gonna go lay down and get some fucking sleep, probably. I've been up since mad fucking early. I hope I can fix my damn schedule, because I'm getting really tired of getting up so early that I can't stay up so super late anymore. It's kind of annoying. Um, but I will see you all soon. Love you moist. Take care, y'all. I'm very happy to be doing this semi frequently, honestly. As much as I worry about like it burning me out, I think it's such a low pressure thing that I do enjoy it overall. I really enjoy talking with chat a lot about this stuff. So I will see you all soon. Good night, or good morning, or good day, etc. Goodbye.